whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ki hei mauri ora. So welcome everybody to today's Strategy and Policy Committee meeting. So please let myself or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. We are just trying to get the connection going for Zoom, which means Councillor Rush at the moment isn't in the meeting, but he is trying to join via Zoom. You can ask him that yourself. We will be breaking roughly every 45 minutes to have a wee stretch, but we do have a very full schedule, so we are going to rock through as quickly as we can. I have a few apologies here. So we've got an apology for Councillor Young for both today and tomorrow, Mayor Foster for early departure today, and Deputy Mayor Free for early departure today as well. Are there any other apologies? Oh, you've got to go 1 and 2:30 for Councillor Pennant, doing important parent mahi. Yep, great, thank you. Are there any other apologies? Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Matthews. You second? I now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded, and you can vote now. Karakia, that is unanimous. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? Can't imagine there will be. Confirmation of minutes. I move the motion that the Strategy and Policy Committee approve the minutes of the Strategy and Policy Committee meeting held on the 17th of September 2020, having been circulated, and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, that's fine.
And so now we can vote. Okay, and that is carried unanimously. There are no items not on the agenda, and we don't have any public participation today. We've got lots of submissions, but that's different to public participation in standing orders. So just under general business, we know that the meeting is going to go beyond 6 hours. It goes just over today, but then there are meetings. There's a meeting tomorrow as well, which is still an extended form of this meeting. So I'm going to propose that we agree the meeting goes beyond 6 hours as per standing order 11.7. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Mayor Foster. So we'll now put that motion, which has been moved and seconded. We can vote. Kia ora. So that is unanimous. And at the end of the meeting today, we will need to vote to adjourn the meeting till tomorrow. So now we are going to haere tonu. We're going to keep going, get into it, and I'd like to invite our first submitter. Well, there's two people. We've got James Kennelly and Gerard Earle from the Property Council of New Zealand. If you'd like to come forward and join us at the table here. Yes, I can give you the page number. Cyrus, my amazing Democracy Advisor, has gone through and put all the numbers. So please remind me if I forget. Page 90 is the one for this. 9090. Oh, sorry, 148. Sorry, our first submitter couldn't be here. So, yep. Okay. Yes. Now, and James and Gerard, welcome. You have 10 minutes because you're an organisation. So if you do want to leave some time for questions, that can be helpful for us. So thank you. No mai.
Sorry, I should have pressed that. My name's James Kennelly, and I'm Property Council New Zealand's Head of Advocacy. I'm joined here by Gerard Earle, who's the Wellington branch Vice President and also as a Director at Colliers International. Thanks for the opportunity to present today. As some of you might know, Property Council is a member-led not-for-profit organisation representing New Zealand's commercial, industrial, retail property owners, developers and professional service providers such as architects, engineers, planners and construction firms. Our purpose is together shaping cities where communities thrive. Our Wellington branch represents over 138 businesses many who design, develop, and own the buildings that house the businesses.
Iona will say, well, it'll be on your head if there's an
Hang on.
Oh,
Thank you.
Communities and people within the Wellington region. The property industry contributes a significant amount to the Wellington economy and employs thousands of people, making it one of the largest industries in the sector. Seems to be getting lots of interruptions.
Sorry about the interruptions.
I did get a text warning that we would be going soon.
Councillor Rush, we've just got people in the middle of talking, so if you can just hold fire.
I'm playing a game with them. And they're muting.
Okay, we've actually got people in the middle of talking at the moment, so we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah. Given the short time available, I just wanted to focus on the key principles that we believe council should look at when considering what to do with the Central Library. The ones that we consider important are making the building safe and resilient, getting value for money and limiting the cost to ratepayers, future-proofing the service to include a wide range of facilities, providing opportunities for partnership with the commercial sector, and rethinking the wider purpose of the civic square. Ultimately, we see that council really has two choices: strengthen the existing building or demolish it and build a new library. While we do not have a firm preference on a single proposed option, the best options we see from these are option B and D. So on demolishing the building, this gives you many opportunities for the council to build a new library and meet the requirements of the council, and probably reduce the cost to ratepayers. And there are some really great examples around the country, in Christchurch with Turangi, and with even in Wellington with Waitahu in Johnsonville. So just using those as a kind of a basis for a new library, I think that you can see what can be achieved. However, if the community deems it important to preserve the existing library, then the options are more limited, and the focus should be on strengthening library to making sure it's safe and resilient, and then looking at what facilities you can provide around that framework. Unfortunately, with the issue around precast concrete flooring, it's an issue that a number of our members are facing, and throughout Wellington, and actually throughout the country. I know in Wellington alone there's over 200 buildings, I think, facing these questions themselves, and what to do, whether to strengthen them or demolish them, and how to strengthen them. I think even the engineering community is still grappling with this question, and I don't think there's one simple answer to that. We see that there are some probably shortcomings in the consultation, and that it feels like it was kind of already predetermined in some respects. And I feel like, firstly, what council should have done maybe was actually go to the community and see what services they wanted from the library, and then come out and ask how we're going to meet those requirements. In addition, given the rising costs of repairing, we've got the town hall, now they've got the library, and there's a number of other buildings, that council looks at revising its plans around the civic precinct to ensure that there is a real forward-thinking view on what that will look like and how it will look like. Another shortcoming we feel was around how it will be funded. As this is part of the overall long-term plan, I think that there needs to be some further thinking around, given the number of costs that council is facing over the next 10 years. We've got Let's Get Wellington Moving, Three Waters, and other resilient projects. How is the council going to fund all of this? I'd be surprised if it all could be funded out of just rates. The economy is struggling, people are struggling. So these are the questions that I think you as councillors will have to look at when you're deciding on this decision. In terms of the costs around a new building, I think that it is very much a rough estimate and is based on square footage. I think that cost could be a lot less, and there could be a more scaled down library, something that needs to be considered as well. I mean, I believe Turangi only cost 92 million, Johnsonville cost 22 million, Waitahu cost 22 million. So there are things that need to be considered in terms of what's the best option there. So based on those concerns, we feel like council should probably go back, get some more information, and then go back to the community when they're deciding on the long-term plans next year, and come up with an option that they can then see what the community thinks of that before making any final decisions on that. So that's all I have to say. Willing to take questions. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, we do have some pātai. He pātai Councillor Pannett.
Thank you very much for coming in. Just because you're involved in property, do you find the costs that the council's given credible? Because people are struggling with trying to understand why remediating a building would cost more than a new building. So what did you think? Because it was used on a per square metre basis?
So from some of the engineers I've spoken to, there's definitely varying views on how much it would cost. I have to be careful because I don't really know the full details of what's been proposed. I don't, Gerard, you might have some discussion from a commercial point
Happy to talk to it from a remediation point of view. And look, I haven't looked at the QS reports in any great detail. One of the greatest challenges that you face with the remediation of a building, particularly or from a seismic strengthening point of view, is essentially the cost blowouts that may come from that. I've had experience of projects with seismic strengthening where those projects have gone 30, 40 or even 60% over budget, or at least I've had visibility to them when that has occurred. And it's simply it can be a very large can of worms that becomes opened by seismic strengthening and retrofitting an existing structure. So while the cost may be credible in the sense that the rate per square metre might look appropriate, it's actually that full scoping of the project that is the fundamental to it. So I think that's what council has to be very, very careful of from a retrofit basis, is that while you start here, that has the potential to turn into something much, much greater, and those costs to become a lot greater as well. I think I'm very supportive of the viewpoint of a new structure in the same location that talks better to Civic Square. And I think in that you can actually get some more certainty around costs with a new structure, and supportive of that structure being a base isolated structure as well. I believe that if we're building new public infrastructure, we should be setting a standard around seismic resilience with that. And as James mentioned, if we look at the projects in Christchurch with Turangi at 96 million, granted that isn't a base isolated building, but the base isolation of a new building would not be 50% of the entire cost. So if we're looking at costs circa $200 million to retrofit a building with base isolation, surely we must be able to look at the construction of a new building to a full new standard with a really good consultation about what libraries look like for the future at a less cost and have a better result. Yeah.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I'm just keen to pick up on your comments around Tūranga in Christchurch, and particularly I know that they're very proud of the award that they received from the Property Council, and I guess I'm just interested in how you reconcile that with your view that we should sort of do a smaller or cheaper option here, because that was such a big source of civic pride, and I guess I'm interested in, why you saw it as so important and there, and what value it added to Christchurch.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It did receive award. Obviously, independently, we don't decide. There's a board panel that decides on the awards. I think probably it just shows that what can be achieved with a new building, and obviously, the council looked at what the requirements for the community were and how they could be met, and then obviously the building was developed based on that. When I said scaled down, I meant that again, it depends on what the community wants and what the requirements are to meet that. I guess if you look at the current library, there are 2 office buildings above. So does the community need that? I mean, I don't know. I think that's ultimately for the community and the council to decide. But I think what I mean is, with a new build, you've got so many options to really meet those requirements and actually have a modern building. I mean, I guess there are questions around the heritage value. I don't want to dwell on them because that's not for me to decide. Certainly there are heritage elements of the building, but yeah, so.
Kia ora, ngā mihi kia koroa. Thanks for coming in to talk with us today. We appreciate you taking the time to do that.
It's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe e Anna Pendergrast. Thank you for coming in today. She's on Zoom. Page, I've worked out the page 84. Sorry, we're just working out the page number for your.
Oh, of course.
So you've got 5 minutes, Anna, and if you do want to allow any time for questions, it needs to be within that 5 minutes.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa ko Anna Pendergrast aho. I plan to speak for a few minutes and hope to leave a little bit of time for any questions. So first, a quick introduction. I've lived in Porneki for a decade and currently live in Brooklyn, where I co-own a home with my husband and 2 good friends of ours. I also co-own and run a small communications and research consultancy called Anti-Static, where we focus on understanding and communicating a wide range of issues around digital technology and data, the environment, and social justice. To me, a library is more than a place to get books, although that's an important component. It's a place to think and to read and to learn, to work and to gather. It's a place to access information in all its forms, and while much will change in the next 50 years, these core purposes of a public library will stay the same. I think there's a huge opportunity to ensure the decisions we make about our library today set us up for the next half century, while also acknowledging our past and catering to our current needs. My preferred option for the library is option C, the high-level remediation of the current building. There are a number of reasons for this. First, let's look to the past. A redeveloped building keeps the current structure and acknowledges its significance as one of the few examples of large-scale postmodern architecture in the city. The building is iconic. We know its curves, its colours, its Nico palms, and it watches over us when we gather in Civic Square. I don't believe in keeping buildings just for the sake of heritage, especially if they are unsafe or unhealthy. If a building cannot meet the needs of the people using it, we should not keep it at all costs. However, if we can both ensure that the current central library building can be safe, resilient, and meet the needs of the people using it now and into the future, I think that's great. So we've looked to the past, now let's look to the future. A redeveloped building gives a lot of license to ensure the library will fit the needs of residents and visitors into the future, something not easily afforded by the basic remediation options. I loved visiting the library, but do think that it had limitations in terms of practicality, accessibility, and usability outside of being a place to go and pick up and read a book. Over the coming decades, physical books will remain the backbone of a library, but technological developments will mean that ebooks and other digital tools will become more prominent, and some of the spaces now filled by books will be able to be used differently. Let's grasp the opportunity and ensure we have a physical canvas that can adapt to the needs and circumstances we know will change. I also like that option C enables a focus on climate change mitigation, accessibility, and sustainability. These are all really important to me. I want the city to be one that actively addresses issues proposed by climate change and designs spaces for everyone. So we've looked to the past and to the future. What about the present and the current needs of Wellingtonians? I know that option C will likely take the longest before the library is back in use. However, I think the council has done a great job of setting up a temporary distributed library system that will serve the needs of the community in the meantime while the central library is out of action. So waiting a bit longer for something that will serve the community better in the long time is a trade-off I think is worth making. In summary, I back a significant remediation of the current library building as it retains the heritage elements while enabling the space to adapt to the future needs of the community. I'm comfortable with the estimated cost of this option and the time it would take to make a reality. Finally, I hope this goes without saying, but that I expect that you meaningfully engage with and listen to mana whenua throughout this project and give their views significant weight. I also note that it's a pretty high barrier to make a submission, especially in person or via Zoom. So I'd like you to consider that there are many unheard voices in this conversation, many of whom will be most likely served by an inclusive central library. Thank you for your time.
Oh, kia ora, Anna. We do have a pātai from Councillor or Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, Anna. I guess I was interested. You did allude to the premium that there is, premium and cost there is to retain the building. At what point do you think that would become a real barrier for the decision?
I mean, that's a really good question. I know that there is always a potential of cost blowout, and I'm not an expert in these things, and I know that this cost for the remediation option is definitely kind of the highest. So if there's a huge cost of blowout, chance of blowout, I do think there's a level in which you'd need to kind of make that call. I don't have the expertise to know what that is, but I think there's that real balance. I'd love to keep the building if possible, but again, if it really doesn't look feasible, then I think a new build would be the next best option for me at least.
Thank you.
Well, kia ora Anna, for sharing your whakaaro with us. We appreciate you taking the time to come and talk with us today.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Kia ora. All right, so now is Robin Tiller here? Oh, kia ora, Robin. You can come up and sit at the table with us. So, Robin, you have 5 minutes, and if you do want to allow a little bit of time, there may be some questions for you. Paige.
When I timed it last night, it was 4 minutes.
This is Paige. Robin's submission is on page 92.
Shall I start now?
Yes, you can. Thank you, Robin.
I grew up in Tawa, and I began my life from Greater Wellington. I've lived all my life in Wellington. I love this place. I expect to die here. Libraries have been a constant in my life, and I've always been a prodigious user of whatever my local library was. When I was studying at Vic a few years ago, I did some study and research down there also. All of my grandchildren have been brought from their suburban libraries, introduced them to the big library. It's important. It's my position that we should demolish the present library and replace it. How can I defend what some would call the indefensible? The demolition of an important building designed by a notable and award-winning architect. I like and I admire the present building, and I visited it often. I get the Pacifica elements. I get the references to classical architecture, the playfulness of its shapes, and I have enjoyed the pleasure of being in those lovely, lofty, well-proportioned spaces. It's a place that one can be busy in, but you can also be calm in and studious in. It's a place of nooks and spaces. It's a place where you can be alone or you can be with others. But pragmatism has to take centre stage sometimes. My Scottish grandmother, who lived in poverty, significant poverty, in Hopper Street, used to say, you have to cut your coat according to your cloth, just meaning you can only have what you can afford to have. I think for Wellington and her people, this is a time for a pragmatic decision, a financially driven decision, a straightforward pragmatic decision driven by what the ratepayers of Wellington can best afford. Let's build a new library, yes, and while we're at it, let's save a cool round about 20 million. Ratepayers merit consideration and will appreciate good, tight fiscal management in these difficult times. 20 million, what can you get with that? Well, not a lot, I think, if you're the council, but recent Don Post headlines tell me that some social housing is in very poor condition, and improvements are needed to bring it up to some sort of basic livable standard. Also, our water infrastructure is a great problem, and you'll all know much more about that than I do. So let's put our 20 million towards at least these two projects. Let's give them a bit of something. Let's be pragmatic, common-sensed, and caring of our people and of the city itself. The library site's great. Don't build anywhere else. The new building would be for the future. A building that looked forward, that was planned so as to accommodate our rapidly growing population and new technologies, of course. The loss of the Athfield structure is a loss. It is sad, but a loss can be changed by another name. A new building's an opportunity to purpose build a facility from now on, not starting back there, but from now on forward, not an adaptation of an older building. This is a chance to look forward and to lead our community forward into the future. Lovely example. But the present building, of course, should not be forgotten. Chosen elements could be salvaged. Most obviously, the Nikau palms. These could be planted as an installation, used around the city, or incorporated in the new building. If that was appropriate, I don't understand about the legal ownership of those elements, but if it was possible, I think it would be wonderful. Or a photo essay covering the history of the building could be installed in the new library. Or the architectural sketch plans could be curated and mounted in a new library. So we don't forget the past, but we start from now and move forward. In finishing my submission, I just want to emphasise its two strands. We have an opportunity to build with an eye to the future. We do have to have a library. We can't say no library. We have to do that. And prudent financial management will be appreciated by ratepayers and will allow the council to achieve more. So thank you for having me here. That's been my pleasure to come.
Kia ora, thank you. I'm going to pass a question from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thank you for your thoroughly enjoyable submission and presentation. I think you should think about running for council at the next elections. It's very well thought through. I guess I'm just interested in whether you're okay with the time delay that would come if we kind of adopted your solution. I know you're committed to a central library that would push it out for quite some time. Are you comfortable with that?
Well, I just want to congratulate the council for the temporary libraries. I think they're wonderful. I just think they are wonderful. I give you 10 out of 10 for that. I think it's marvellous. And I think if we have to wait for an ideal, we wait for an ideal. That was how I'd express it.
Kia ora, Robin. Thank you for your articulate presentation. It's really good. Thank you. All right, well, we've got no mai e te rōpū. We've got Viv Chappell, Madeleine Taylor, Janet Robertson, Nicola Binns and Claire Gleeson who are going to come up together, I think. Have we got... We've got one. Is it just you? Oh, thank you for coming in.
A pleasure to be here. Ata Māori to you all. I've never met Robin Tiller, and I'm absolutely astounded that her views completely parallel mine. So I hope you're listening. So I'll tell you about me. The other people in my submission are my walking buddies, and we have talked about this a lot as we walk up Karakia each morning. So I've been a Wellingtonian since 1979. I'm an older demographic, obviously. I'm a heavy library user, and I'm a member of the Onslow Historical Society. So that would make me a lover of heritage, and you would think that I would support the remediation of the current building. But actually I don't, and neither do my colleagues, and we feel bowl it and start again. I'm feeling a little gazumped by Heritage New Zealand because they've obviously put their oar in, and a new library may not even be a choice if they win their way, but we're in favour of demolition. And if you were going to use anybody, you'd use the people who demolished the new BNZ building because they did a sensational job as we drive past once a week. I think that it is absolutely extraordinary that we are having this conversation, given that the building is not safe. If 81 people had died in this building, we wouldn't be here. We accept that the building is seminal for its time, although in our opinion the success of the cafe owed more to Julie Clark than Ian Athfield. But we've been given a wonderful opportunity to build anew, something that will last longer than 34 years. As ratepayers, we object to the obscene amount of money required to earthquake strengthen and future-proof the building when a new build will be cheaper. We all know that renovations cost more than anticipated, and I'm not a building engineer, but I can tell you that, and I'm sure you recognise that. And so a new architectural marvel, fit for purpose and cheaper than a new build, cheaper than a refurbished build, And at the moment, we've talked about the 160 million, although, you know, Christchurch, 92 million, you have to wonder. We think that's the way to go. And I could refer you to the Hastings Opera House and Municipal Buildings, which were built in 1915 by an esteemed architect at the time, and they did them up beautifully in 2006 for many millions of dollars. And here we are having another go, 14 years later, when they have to spend more millions and bring them up to the standard of today. Or, closer to home, the Town Hall, which you will all be familiar with, or the new B&Z building, which was renovated after the Seddon earthquake and subsequently damaged and removed after the Kaikoura earthquake in 2016. You will come under extraordinary pressure to preserve what is apparently an iconic building, being the first Athfield Library. But it has failed its most important test, and that is to keep people safe. Architects can design anything, but if the buildings are unsafe, you do not immortalise them. Be prudent, build anew. Keep the best feature of the library, the ones that we all know and love, which have to be those iconic palm trees, the space, and incorporate these into a new build. Acknowledge Sir Ian Athfield's work by creating a 3D interactive library experience and a plaque, and move on. We love the central library that is our living room, but even living rooms have evolved. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Viv. We do have a pātai. We've got a question from Councillor Condi.
Thank you, Viv. I guess I was just interested in talking about the heritage value. You know, we've talked about the savings that might be made if we were to build anew and what that could be spent on. It's roughly in the order of $20 million. The Wellington Museum is in the Bond Store building down on the waterfront, and we have to strengthen that building as well, and that's been forecast to cost us $25 million. And I guess my question to you from a heritage point of view is, for example, which of those two buildings do you think we should be investing in to preserve them from a heritage point of view?
Oh, absolutely, the oldest one. No doubt about it.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Viv. Nice to see you. Question is that you've mentioned 20 million. In fact, Robin mentioned that as well. That what we've done is we've compared like with like in terms of size. Have you got any comments on whether we can be clever about the way in which we do the size bit if we were building new or if we were keeping the existing as well, noting that this is bigger than Turanga?
And I've asked quite a few people what they like about the current library. The two things that came back were the palm trees and the space. And, well, hang on a minute, any building can have space, and you just look around the world, and even as close as Johnsonville, and that's a lovely spacious building. And so you can build space in a new building. That's does that answer your question?
Kind of. Have you been to Turanga?
Yes.
What do you think of it?
Oh, you mean the Christchurch one?
Yep.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay, right.
No,
okay.
But I do like the idea of using the same design. If we're in a hurry for our central library, we don't have to build a new, although I'm surprised all the architects of Wellington aren't salivating. We could just use the old one. We've done that before.
Right.
The essential thing is, to me, a new build, which is well done, which will take us into the future and which won't cost ratepayers the earth. And as you know, we've got lots of pressing issues. But the good news is that money has never been cheaper, so now is the time to build. Anything else?
Oh, yes, Councillor Pennant.
How long are you prepared to wait if a new building is to be chosen? Because there's likely to be legal action, and then we'll have to have a big argument about what it looks like.
Oh, no, poor old council is what I say. Well, actually, I agree with Robin. The thing that I like about the current system, because I haven't actually visited one of the new libraries in town because I'm a driver and there's no parking, so I've been making good use of my local libraries, which are Crofton Downs, Johnsonville and Kandala. all of which have parking. And I love the fact that at the moment you can borrow books from one library and return them to another and there's no fees. I think that is absolutely tremendous. And so given that, I don't particularly care that a new library might take 10 years to build, because I'm a great believer in doing it once and getting it right.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for coming in to kōrero with us today.
Pleasure to be here, and thank you, and good luck.
I think we're going to need it. We now have Alex Weir on Zoom. Kia ora, Alex.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. Thanks for joining us this morning. So Alex's submission is on page 46 of our documents. And Alex, you've got 5 minutes, so if you want to leave a little bit of time for questions in there, that can be helpful, because councillors sometimes have some questions.
Okay, morning everybody. Hey, look, I'm Alex. I'm born and bred Wellingtonian, and in supporter of a new build. I have a science degree from Victoria University of Wellington, and I've worked for 16 years, both new and existing buildings, both project management and site management. So I'm very kind of experienced when it comes to the buildability of old and new. My experience during those 16 years is that I've had seismic upgrade project experience. I've worked on and been involved with that a lot of remediation jobs with clients have gone well over budget, more than what they have budgeted for, due to mainly unforeseen and undisclosed issues due to the time of the scope that has been done. Obviously, the Town Hall and St James Theatre are two, which I'm sure you guys are aware of, and obviously ratepayers are paying for that currently. The National War Memorial, which was only re-strengthening not so long ago, 2018, that reopened, that is now closed indefinitely due to seismic issues. Furthermore, a commercial property, which everyone's probably aware of, is the seismic upgrade of the Majestic Centre, which was same thing, well over time, well over budget. The Aon Centre, which is the old BNZ on the corner of Willis and Williston Street, is an example of a new build that basically started construction in 1973, was built new and built effectively to survive earthquakes. It was built on base isolators with room for pumps to pump out seawater. I imagine this would be done, I assume, with a new build here. I suspect that sea level rise with the library where it's situated could be an issue as well. And with a new build, you would have that. Sustainability, like the last two speakers are saying, many products could be reused, recycled, and that has been in the industry for decades, in demolition and construction industry. Time, the small difference on the website, it says about 5 months, I think May 2025, November 2025 for a new build. From my experience, projects that have been remediated have consistently gone over time, and that 5 months would just be eaten up, I guarantee, from my experience, easily. And lastly, the heritage. I mean, heritage can start at any time, and like the two last speakers, the new design of the Christchurch, which I believe, as they said, was 92 million, has all the modern electronic and community facilities, built for the 21st century, sounds fantastic, take into account climate issues and financial security as well. So overall, and especially in these difficult times, I think as a Wellington ratepayer, I think it's one of those things that we just kind of have to be aware of, and if you can build new and you can build for cheaper, then you know it's almost common sense, really.
I've got a question. You obviously have a little bit of experience in this. What happens in a situation where the heritage listing, if that happens, what have you seen and observed as far as delays for something like this if we were to do a new build?
It varies. Most of the time, it can be If it's a safety issue and things like that, and there's the cases are looked at, it kind of varies in time, but it can be. It depends on the case really, but most of the time it can be fairly quick, depending on the case.
Are there any other questions? No. Well, thank you, Alex. What's that? Yeah, thank you, Alex. It was very helpful to hear from you today. Thanks for taking the time.
No worries.
Kia ora. Okay, thank you. Councillors, we're going to have a break now, 15 minutes, so we'll come back ready to be going again at 10:30. Kia ora. Kia ora, Bill. No mai, if you'd like to come and sit up with us up here. So this is page, I've lost my piece of paper. I'll give you the suspense, 104. And so, Bill, you have 5 minutes, and if you do want to allow time for questions, as you can see, councillors are keen to find out more from our submitters.
Sure,
so
let me just check this clicker.
So you've got a presentation, have you?
Yes, I have.
Okay, sure. It's just coming up.
So kia ora, and
Kia ora.
thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Appreciate that the consultation has been provided early in the process, and looking forward to presenting. Oh, there we are, good. So I have 5 key points to talk through today. Those are the ones I want to discuss. But before we go to that, I'd like to give you the 1-minute version of the presentation. And here it is. Essentially, we've got ill fortune gave us a huge opportunity. I think Mayor Foster, that you spoke about this in a quote I read late last year. We've got a huge opportunity to create a vibrant asset at the heart of the city, to entice, enthuse and encourage a joy for learning in future generations. I've referenced Christchurch's tūranga as a masterpiece that's won world acclaim for exceptional design and strength and resilience. And I'm saying let's start building our version to be even better now while finding a new use for the existing library. This will cost half the estimate for fixing up our existing library, and that's a saving of $100 million. We mustn't let the heritage process be a straitjacket on the design of a new library. This is about the future, not about dictating the use of a museum for my generation of baby boomers. So, tūranga, let's talk about tūranga. We're really lucky to have a real life example of what can be achieved, and that was under similar circumstances when an earthquake created their opportunity. It's a stunning building. I have seen it and gone right through it. You can see on the slide, they created that in 3 years from the demolition of the building that was on the site, for a cost of $93 million. And that's about the same size as the core library assets that we have here. You can see in the pictures, it's got a strong and visible connection between the outside and the inside. The interior is inviting and welcoming. It's a flexible configuration of spaces that can be configured to engage everyone from kids on the ground floor, teenagers in study rooms upstairs with soundproofed but glass-walled offices, and quiet spaces for individual reading. It's been very well thought through and developed. It wasn't only an exceptional design, it was an award-winning for extremely high strength and seismic performance. And there's a list of awards there. If you've got access to the PowerPoint later, you'll see it. But that's not even all they won. They won an international award and an International Public Library of the Year award. They won an international award for structures in extreme conditions. They were the NZIA winner for public architecture, and they won an award for green building. It's an inspirational building. So now to our situation. I created a chart to summarise for myself the main factors which were on the double-page spread on pages 28 and 29 of the document. So what we've got here is the factors down the left-hand side and the options across the top, A, B, C, D, E. And you'll see that I've added option F. So just going through that, traffic lights, essentially green is good, red is bad, and in between is in between. There's some judgment in my assessment of that, but it sticks pretty closely to what was provided. So your recommendation was option C, and I wondered about that. Having created the chart, I looked at it and thought, why? And then I found the answer, which was your own answer to the question, why not pull it down and build a new library if it's cheaper? And in the FAQ on page 31, you said, in part, some people believe the building has historical value. Heritage New Zealand are currently investigating adding the building to their heritage list. And of course, it was proposed to do that the day after this consultation ended. You also went on to say, time for resolving issues has been included in timeframes for option D. Well, that's timing, and that's the demolition option, but time is not the only issue here. Is the heritage value worth an additional $100 million? Must we accept the need to compromise the design by having to work around the inherent limitations of a renovated building? It seems a high price to pay. So now to my preferred option, build a new library. Custom build it for the future, unencumbered by the old design. There's no need to have a car parking basement or 2 floors of office space. So I've created option F. On your own figures, it'll last 64 years for $100 million versus option C, 50 years for $200 million. So do the math, or the maths. It's a significant cost difference. Finally, the option to place it in another area of the precinct is appealing, and it's appealing because it can proceed immediately while the resolution of the heritage issues proceeds. After all, we have repurposed a library building before. The old library is now the art gallery, and what I'm proposing is that we look for the opportunity there, and I'm thinking that there must be something that people have in mind to even make this an option. It's not as if, let's think about a position in the precinct when there isn't one. So let's look for it. Let's hear what it is. The heritage building could be sold or leased, potentially partnering with a developer to repurpose the building to apartments, office space, for example. We've already got a basement garage and 2 floors of office there. We don't want to be building more car parks in the central city. So let's get on with the library building. That will be an inspiration for us for the future.
Thank you, Bill. And we've come to the end of the 5 minutes. It goes really fast.
It certainly does.
Kia ora. Thank you for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. It was very clear.
Thank you for listening, and you have a full 2 days ahead, so kia kaha.
Oh, kia ora mo tēnā. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to welcome No Mai Daniel Coffey. You can come and join us at the table. Kia ora, Daniel. So, you know, we've got 5 minutes, and if you do want to allow some time for questions, that's within the 5 minutes.
That's great, thank you.
As you can see, it goes fast.
I'm aware of that. Yes.
Thank you.
So we'll launch. So I've got the clicker here, have I? Okay. Well, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. We haven't got much time, so I'll just launch right into it. Firstly, the PowerPoint isn't running.
Sorry, sometimes technology makes things more complicated, doesn't it? We've got a few things going at once with Zoom and PowerPoints, but it's all right. Your timer hasn't started. So, is that? Do you want to check if it's working?
No, it's not.
It's not playing yet. You need to play the slideshow. Can you go up the top and go? There we go. That should work now.
Good. So to start with, I don't think anybody here really wants to see the demise of the Central Library. Nope.
Not working.
But.
Oh, that is. Oh, he's. These guys are so clever. They're working out which way to share it. We'll start your timer again once we've.
Okay, that's fine.
This. Do you want to just check now? See if that's.
No, not working.
No.
Yeah.
All right, do you want to check it now? Oh.
Let's try again.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, that seems to work. Okay, so
Thank you so much for your patience
no,
there,
that's all
Daniel.
right, no problems.
Thank you. Thanks.
So yeah,
Thanks,
I mean, just to reiterate, nobody wants to really see the demise of the Central Library, but seriously, guys, $200 million, $200 million. So you'll all be familiar with this. Changes to government legislation around rental accommodation means the council's faced with an $18 million bill to bring its apartments up to scratch. I mean, you'd think 18 million wouldn't be a lot, but anyway, Mayor Andy Foster said, somebody you might recognise, a deluge of costs, such as failing pipes, library issues, let's get Wellington moving, and a general increase in costs meant council books were under significant pressure just to keep on top of core business. Your Chief Operating Officer goes on to say 18 million would need to be borrowed. Hang on, we can find 200 million for a library, but we've got to borrow another 18 million for this? You know, so we've got to go back to core business. Do we actually really need a central library anymore? I mean, honestly, much of the utility that was previously provided by central libraries is now available online. We've really got to think about that quite hard. I mean, we still have a wealth of community libraries out there, so most people still have access to books if they need them. And honestly, we could lease a floor in town or something like that for a library if we really needed that. Increasing rates to even further to pay for a library is just not reasonable. Many ratepayers are already under significant financial pressure. You'll be aware as the baby boomers retire, many of them are moving on to fixed incomes. Their rates currently make up around about 10% of the age pension for a married couple, so it's significant. And I honestly don't believe this process gives council a legitimate right to increase rates to pay for this. It gives you a technical right, sure, but legitimately, no statistician would take a self-selected sample of about 1,300 people, submittance, as representative of the city's requirements and desires. So there are alternatives. Now, one thing I really get quite grumpy about the submission process and your online forms to fill out is the do-nothing option is never there. It's always, do you want this library, that library, that library, or that library, and what's your alternative? The do-nothing option should always be considered. It always is in business, it always is in government. It should also be considered here. So the do-nothing option is simply demolish the library and turn it into open space. I mean, it could be really attractive. I mean, a lot of people would really, really enjoy that, you know? If necessary, you could lease a floor somewhere in town. Alternatively, it lets future generations make their own decisions about this space. You know, I mean, we're asking them to pay for it. Alternatively, you can build a multi-storey, multi-use facility. You can have a floor of retail, a couple of floors of library. You can have 2 or 3 floors of office, which the council could then be using, and you could have another 10 to 12 floors of apartments. Now, you've got to admit, this is consistent with the draft spatial plan that is currently out for consultation. To put in perspective, you're asking me to have a 6-storey building at the bottom of my street in the suburbs. So, you know, 18 stories in the middle of town is not unreasonable. So in summary, $200 million to retain the library is just too much. At least the last submitter and I agree on that. I don't believe future rate increases are reasonable to fund this. And there are other options. So do nothing. Demolish the library and turn it into open space. I think that's personally quite desirable. Alternatively, replace it with a multi-storey building, multi-use. You could have everything you've got. You've still got the library, and it could still be architecturally attractive. So I'll leave you with some final thoughts. Is it really the library we want, seriously? Or is it the edifice? We love that building, don't we? So is it the library or is it the edifice? Much of the utility we previously got from a library is now available on the line. And will future generations thank us for saddling them with this debt? 200 million, for goodness sakes. Thanks very much.
Kia ora.
Any questions?
Councillor O'Neill, you got a question?
Kia ora, Daniel. Thank you for your presentation. I just had a quick question. I understand the cost is really scary, but for at the moment we've got a problem in Wellington where youth and vulnerable people don't have a space to meet up and collect with themselves without paying like $6 for a flat white. Like where in the multi-unit building can we see sort of like still that provision for space and collection of people?
Well, I mean, the question is, do we need a library, not do we need a drop-in space for people? It's quite a different question, okay? So if that's the problem, come up with a solution. But spending $200 million on a library is not the answer, okay? Yeah, but I would think that the multi-storey building I mentioned, 2 floors of library space, you would accommodate that, yes.
Okay.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Daniel, for coming into kōrero with us today. Appreciate that. So, no mai e te ropu inner city Wellington. I'd like to invite Reverend Stephen King to come in. Not here? Not here. I'm getting heads shaking at the back. So we'll go on to the next person, which is Maureen Tong. Maureen, are you here? Oh, kia ora. Thank you very much. I'm going to come up. So you've got 5 minutes, and if you do want to allow times, there may be a question. End. Thank you. Oh, and this is page 78. Thank you.
I did send through a slide, but it's only one slide, so I think it should be relatively straightforward to get that up and not have to use the clicker. Oh, on to the next one. I came along today thinking that I would be a sole voice against all of the preserving the heritage voice, but it turns out it's the other way around. So to introduce myself, I'm another born and bred Wellingtonian. I am an ardent believer in library services, and I'm a mother of a few of the next generation of ratepayers. I think it's essential that the council reaches a conclusion on how to provide fit-for-purpose library services in the most financially prudent way. So to me, option D provides the most fit-for-purpose solution. While a number of numbers have been bandied around and 20 mil was talked about by a few, that's only at the cheaper end of the option. The higher end of the options, it's 40 mil difference between option C and D, which is another 25% more. There's also another 14 years of life. What I was a bit concerned about with the consultation, which is it's a good document, there are many good things in there, but it seemed that the remediation options were relatively well fleshed out, but the new builds were just sort of tacked on the end. And certainly when building up to the preferred option of the high-end remediation, some of the things that were in there, the advantages, clearly just weren't quite right. When it said this is the safest option, well, a new build is presumably going to meet it on safety. It also said it was the most expensive remediation option, but it didn't say it was the most expensive by a long way of all options. So it just felt like one of the previous submitters said, predetermined, and that I found worrisome. So I know that the council, it's one of your core responsibilities to act in a financially prudent way, and there's nothing new about that at all. What I guess is new is the whole COVID environment and the extra economic pressures from COVID. I'm no great fan of John Key, but he did say that he thought the impact of COVID would be like the GFC cubed. So what I'm worried about is people like me, over 50s, we will be saddled with the decision for 20, maybe 30 years, whereas the next generation, they're going to be wearing it for 50, 60 years. So it's really important that we're cognizant of the pressures on them, and the financial pressures will be significant. They're much more significant than they are for baby boomers such as myself. So to me, it's all building to the option D being the most financially prudent. There is, as many of the other submitters said, options to include the iconic heritage elements, because, those pine trees are amazing. They're fantastic. And many of us love the buildings, but not at an additional 40-odd mil. I also wanted to talk about the Wellington Hospital rebuild. There was, with that, there was they were very keen, and I think it even had a heritage link for the front entrance that was to be kept. That was the thing we've all seen for the last 100 years, but it couldn't be accommodated pragmatically. It would have compromised patient flows and patient services, and in the end they had to come to a solution that enabled them to build for the best for the health services, but still retain the front entrance out there and back. And every day you will see people sitting on those curved, worn steps, having their lunch, and through many of the corridors you can see out, you can look out at the old front entrance. So it's important to keep those links to the past, but full remediation at an extra 40 mil cost is not the only way to do it. We do need to think pragmatically. And a last plea, should option C be unavoidable, please, 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 the additional cost, do not call it library services. Call it heritage compliance if you have to. But because there are doubters of the value of libraries, and you don't want to be feeding them with extra fodder about how it's not value for money.
Kia ora, thank you very much for your kōrero there. We really appreciate you taking the time to come and talk with us.
Pleasure.
Thank you. We haven't got the next person, so we're just trying to figure out who we can. Andrew Schultz, I understand that you're here and maybe you could come and talk to us now. We've got a bit of a gap. The next person isn't here yet. So kia ora.
Hello.
Thank you. He was Andrew was down to speak tomorrow, but he's come now, so we can hear you.
Yeah.
That's A+ for being early. Thank you.
Sorry, what page?
Oh, page. We'll just figure that one out because it's 78, 80. It's on page 90, I think, if I'm reading that right. Yeah. So we'll just check here. So Andrew's got 5 minutes here. Thank you. So if you want to allow a little bit of time for questions, there may be some questions after you've shared your whakaaro, your thoughts with us.
Thank you. This is probably my first interaction with Wellington City Council ever. So let's strap in and see how it goes. I did catch the last comment on the last submitter saying the doubters of the value of the library, which probably includes me, so this could be interesting. So I'm somewhat of an economist, and for me, cities are first and foremost an engine, an economic unit. So they are an engine of growth, they are an engine of innovation, and the reason is because they bring people together. There are certain things that a city needs which can't be provided by a free market. This includes transport systems, potable water, sewer systems, waste disposal, and certainly up there a functioning housing market that delivers affordable housing to all. So how is this related to the library? Well, I don't believe that a library is one of these essential services. Now, particularly in the internet age where the entirety of humankind's knowledge is at my fingertips in my phone right here, which I won't get out of my pocket because my pants are a bit tight. So I wouldn't say, so I'd say that a library is not an essential requirement. Doesn't mean that it isn't valuable. Doesn't mean that we couldn't evolve the use of the library to be more relevant in this day and age. But what I would say is that with a number of the more pressing concerns in the city, namely the $2.5 billion commitment to Let's Get Wellington moving at current cost estimates, which I'm unaware if that has been funded yet. Our potable water systems, it's my understanding that demand could outstrip supply by 2026, with an estimate of $250 million cost to resolve this, which, as far as I'm aware, has not been funded. Our sewer systems, 33% of our wastewater pipes are in poor or in very poor condition with an average age of 51 years. We currently are spending $180 million a year remediating this, with this cost set to increase. Do we have funding streams identified for this? Certainly top of my mind as a millennial is that the average asking price for a house in Wellington City has topped $800,000. This represents a 7% annual increase. And rent has topped $600 a week. I've lived in the city this is my 8th year now. Every single year I've lived in the city, apart from the first year when I was in a hall of residence, I've lived in cold, damp, or tiny homes. I truly believe that I will be looking to leave the city within the next few years because of the housing situation, because I don't see a future in the city. So I'll conclude now. A library, if you can convince the ratepayers to cover up all the essential things that we need to cover off and to build a library, then, go for it. It probably does add value to the community. But I would say that given the difficulty with convincing ratepayers to fork out more money, particularly in the current economic environment, we have more urgent things to spend the money on. So if you're going to ask me what then should we do with the library, I sincerely believe that we should knock it down and plant trees, hold the land in reserve until such time as we have funding to do something with it, when we have taken care of those essential things.
Kia ora, Andrew. We do have some pātai for you. Councillor Paul.
Hi, that was really good. Thank you so much for coming along and submitting, and really agree with most of your points, being a fellow young person. I was just wondering, I've just thought about your comments about how the library service isn't really like an essential part of our kind of like core business, and I just think about the fact that the Central Library was quite heavily used by the most vulnerable people in our city, social housing tenants, people that don't have a home at all. And so do you think we should kind of just leave them without any access to education when they don't have access to Wi-Fi, or what do you think we can do to make sure that they have a decent lifestyle here in the city? Like, how can we work on that if we didn't provide a library service? Just if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, so my experience with the library is that the homeless people go there because they've got nowhere else to go. Instead of giving them a library to go to, why don't we give them homes? Why don't we have a fit-for-purpose shelter? I'm a little dusty on the details, but it's my understanding that the shelter was taken over by the central government because it was in such poor condition. I can't imagine it would cost $200 million to provide decent housing for the homeless residents of our city.
Kia ora, we've got one more pātai from Councillor Condi.
Totally agree on your point that cities are an economic engine, but I would see the library potentially as part of the creative and innovative sector that provides the engine room for that economic engine. If we were to keep the library in some form, what would your preferences be, and how would you see it fitting into that kind of creative, innovative business sense?
I definitely agree that it has value in facilitating connections. When you get down to the core of why a city is a powerful economic unit, is because it facilitates creative interactions. I don't really know specifics of how a library could do that. But I guess my understanding is that a lot of libraries that are built more recently tend to have less of a focus on being a book repository and more on community needs, and perhaps we could incorporate other community things like education and mental health services and those sorts of things.
Well, kia ora, Andrew. Thank you for taking the time to come in and talk to us for the first time today. We really appreciate you doing that. Yeah. Kia ora. Sounds. Thank you. Kia ora. So as happens when we have days of hearings, we've had a few people who can't make it at the last minute for various reasons. So we're going to stop for another break now, and we're coming back to get underway again at 11:35. So that actually gives people time to go and have a breath of fresh air if you need it. 11:35. So. Got Chris Watson joining us on Zoom. So kia ora, Chris.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So Chris, you've got 5 minutes, and if you do have a little bit of time within that 5 minutes, we might have some questions following your presentation.
Sure, I'll start right away then.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. In my view, what we need is, in terms of library facilities, is pleasant working spaces and reading rooms and so on, much like we have in the various libraries around the city now, except perhaps a little more emphasis on video conferencing studios as technology moves on, so we can work much more in digital ways. And I think the key difference with my view, as opposed to those presented in the council's studies, is that we need more smaller library facilities around the city perimeter. For example, the people in Mount Cook, Mount Vic, might need a facility somewhere near the Basin Reserve, and the people in in Kelburn perhaps need a facility a little bit closer to them. So I think this more smaller branches would be a considerable advantage, so that people can walk to them easily in 5 or 10 minutes, either in their suburb or in the next one. And I just realised, having moved to Waitaitai, we have no library at all as far as I know over there. So more smaller libraries would be an advantage. And the other characteristic of any new library buildings, which would be really important in my view, is that any new construction be carbon neutral. So that's quite feasible using timber construction if it's a new building, or recycling an old building. In terms of the existing building, the one that's dangerous, in my view, it ought to be removed as fast as possible, and that area should be reverted to nature. Because we can't hold back sea level rise. I think we just need to accept that and allow it to be a natural environment. So in my views, the climate, having a safe climate is the most important thing, and making the library facilities accessible and safe to people around the city basin, not necessarily right in the centre. And there's just one other thing. I think that there's been a lot of mention of the connection with the Civic Centre, and I think the Civic Centre is a little bit overrated by the council in the council documents. I think that it's not on the Golden Mile. Its characteristic is all of the same design features around about the same time in the 90s, 80s, so it suffers a little bit like a monoculture in terms of its design, and it's neither on the Golden Mile nor on the waterfront. So I think it's that's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate location. So that's all, and I'm happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, Chris. Thanks for your submission. Look, just as an architect, do you sort of think that there is, though, a place for having strong centres in the city to bring people together, act as a bit of a magnet?
Yes, I think we could have several library centres. There's nothing to stop one being at the top of Cuba Street, for example, or that's. The important thing is that they be easily accessible to people. On the Golden Mile would be great, but also it's a long way if you happen to live in Mount Cook or Mount Vic to walk into the Central Library, and it would be perhaps an advantage to think about decentralising it within the inner city basin.
Well, kia ora. Thank you, Chris, for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing that.
Thank you.
Right now, I'd like to invite Martin Kwan. Kia ora, no mai. Come and you can join us at the table just up here. There's a couple of microphones, yeah. And if you just turn the microphone on, thank you, Councillor Condi. And so you've got 5 minutes, and as you see, there could be a question for you, maybe following what you've said. So if you want to allow some time for that within that 5 minutes, that would be helpful.
Certainly, thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. Look, just to introduce myself, I'm a father. I've got a couple of teenage kids. I work as a manager in a technology company, done a little bit of travelling around the world, but first and foremost, I'm a proud and passionate and a born Wellingtonian. So I'm sharing this with you because I use the library in many, many different ways in the roles that I fulfil. So as a parent, my kids use the library. They use it to study, to meet friends, to research, borrow books, and read. And as they've grown, their use of the library has changed, but the amount of time that they spend there has not diminished at all. I work for a large German software company. There's nothing remarkable in that, except for I'm the only person in New Zealand. So I use it to research, I use it to have meetings, I use the cafe, and it fulfills a great role in helping me run my business. I also run a little venture capital company, and so therefore we hold meetings and we meet with clients in the library as well as researching. But also in my time, having used the library just recently with the devolved structure, I've met a number of people who are less fortunate than myself, people who use that, who don't have homes, who use it to relax, to draw, to read. It's a place of refuge for them, so I think we need to embrace that kind of role that the library fulfills. So we have an incredible opportunity to provide a place that fulfills many roles to many members of the community. It's not just what the title represents as a library, but it is many things to many people. So it's a gathering place, a place to study or research, a place to have meetings, a place to have coffee. There's a great cafe there now, and a place that Wellingtonians can be proud of. But I'm sure none of that is news to all of you around the table here. So I'm here to ensure that Wellington embraces this opportunity to develop the best facility that we can. But I also want a place that has architectural significance and is not just the culmination of compromise. I appreciate there are many buildings around the world that have architectural, historical, or cultural significance. However, just because, in my opinion anyway, a building has been around a long time, it does not necessarily mean it has to be a heritage building. So I love the metal palms, don't get me wrong. Retain those, but use this opportunity to develop a new building that international visitors and locals will be drawn for its architectural significance, its beauty, its form, and its function. So I love the Te Papa concept. It's an iconic building, but I think we missed a great opportunity there, in my opinion. So if you look at Bilbao in Spain, the Pompidou Centre in Paris, the Pantheon in Rome, the Guggenheim in New York, and I've been fortunate enough to visit those places, they're iconic buildings. So be bold, be brave, and be creative. So don't go for consensus, don't go for boring, don't go for safe. So I looked up iconic just to make sure I was using the word correctly. So it means distinctive excellence. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Martin. Councillors, are there any pātai? Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. I just want to pick you up on this idea as sort of as a business centre. So you did find it conducive, just even in the cafe or at a table, to have clients. It was a suitable place.
Oh, it's fantastic. So I have conference calls with, my colleagues in Germany, and Australia. Maybe it wasn't, intended for that, but it is a really good facility. So I can research, I can prepare for meetings because I have meetings around town, but as a sole practitioner here in New Zealand, I can come back and use that as a hub.
Yeah, no, I just thought that was fantastic. It just adds another element and a justification for it. Thank you.
Sure. But just to add to that, I sit down and I sit next to a guy. His name is Dej. He's homeless, but we've developed a bit of rapport. We talk, we meet regularly. And so that's why I'm thinking embrace the all things to all people.
Well, kia ora, Martin. Thank you very much for your perspective. That's very good. Thank you. I understand we have Adrian Anderson here. Adrian, kia ora. Would you be able to come up now? I know it's a little bit before the time you're expecting. The next person is apparently on their way, but not quite here. Thank you for coming in. So Adrian, you also have 5 minutes, and if you want to leave a little bit of time for questions within that 5 minutes, that can be helpful. So thank you for coming in.
Oh, good morning, kia ora. Perhaps just a point immediately to make an online submission, which is on Friday morning, the 4th, told by email that it closed by the 7th, which didn't leave a lot of time. So I wound up making got a paper submission here. I guess I've nailed my colours to the mast. I think option E is the preference, and I'm focusing and perhaps the national building standard values. I think for option A, the low-level remediation at 76 to 91 million, it's certainly the cheapest, and the annual ratepayer cost per annum. The key issue for me, though, is the 40% national building standard, which, in my opinion, is a bit too low. Option B, well, it's sort of the next level up in price, but we do have to think about the three waters issue, and Mayor Foster recently identified that there's social housing, which can't be forgotten. Certainly the 80% national building standard is better than 40%. Option C, the high-level remediation, that is the dearest of all, and I think that's too dear for the same reason that we have infrastructure that he's working on. Option D, I would rule that one out immediately because it demolishes the existing library building. Option E is a new build on a new site. Now, there was a question raised about the disadvantage of a longer time frames for new buildings. I think the old building facade should be stabilised by one construction company and the build for the new library by a separate company. That way the two work jobs can move in parallel. And then I would say the interior refit of the stabilised old building is left till later when there's money, once we've done important stuff to do with restructure and the council loan. So in summary, really, if you look at option A with the capital cost point of view, there's a range of about $14.5 million. For option B, the range is $20.6 million between lowest and highest cost. Option E, there's a range of, or option D and E, there's a range of $4.2 million, and option C, the dearest 25. I'm suspicious of options D and E with that 4.2 million range. That's only 2.6 of the upper cost, and I think that raises alarm bells in my mind. I've spent 25 years in the television coverage area, the computer systems thing, and in a land surveying company for, I think they're suspicious. So if you combine the capital and the ratepayer cost comparison, you wind up with option A is the lowest capital cost, lowest ratepayer cost. D and E, lower capital cost, and option C, and lower ratepayer cost. B is a lower capital cost in option C, but higher in ratepayer cost per annum for D and E, and option C is the dearest based on capital cost and ratepayer. So I say option E wins my analysis with the following proviso. There's no rating given for the NBS that were assigned to options D and E, and so I think more work needs to be done on the costings, the capital costs and the ratepayer cost ranges. And I rule out the remaining options. Option A, the NBS rating is too small. Option D is ruled out because the old library building is demolished. I think it has significant heritage value. Option C is the most expensive for capital. And I think we have to think about our three waters infrastructure and the social housing. And while option B cost is greater than E, its completion date is a year later than option E. And the NBS improvement is not really seen as wonderful for all the costs involved. In my submission, there's some of my suspicion on how building with professional experience and personal, and some comments on Annex B on online submissions, and then Annex C is my background. I've been a 72, been a ratepayer and homeowner since 73. Love the place. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Adrian, for coming in to kōrero with us today. We appreciate you taking the time to do that. It's very helpful to hear from people and their perspectives. We have run out of time for questions, unfortunately, but thank you for coming to talk to us. Thank you. I understand, Anand, you are now here, if you'd like to come up. And Anand, you also have 5 minutes, so if you do want to allow time for questions, it's within that 5 minutes.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for the chance to kōrero with you. So look, my feedback really focuses on two key themes today. One is support for the future vision as outlined in the consultation document. I think it's great to recognise that actually the library services of the future are going to look very different to what we have today and have had in the past. So I think that's great. And then the other theme is really around prudent cost management. And so I'll just kind of step into that a little bit. I think the recognition of that different future state of the library is great. And obviously the building itself will set the stage for the delivery of those services. And so I think that's great, but I am probably a little bit surprised that then there hasn't been more done, particularly in relation to the space planning requirements of what that future vision looks like, in terms of how that then determines what's the size of that building that's required, which then has consequential flow-on impact for then the associated cost of what a new build in particular looks like, and that's a blank canvas option, and therefore what the comparison of that of a new build would look like in comparison to some of the remediation options that are then put forward in options A and B. So that's probably the first one. And I note that the council would advise that for the purpose of consultation, the assumptions had been made that the future library space would be the same as what is today in the 11,500 square metres, but that was largely driven to make it easier to do a like-for-like comparison. So while I get the benefits of simplicity, to me that doesn't really stack up against actually understanding what is the fit-for-purpose requirement that we need going forward. And so potentially more work to be done there before then establishing the options. The materiality of that, I think, is as if it is deemed that a smaller footprint is indeed required, you're already looking at, on option D of a new build, it's circa 25% cheaper than the recommended option. Does that get even bigger? That's already a pretty significant delta as it is. And the best of times, that would be, sort of a big gap in the financial circumstances that I think ratepayers, the council, and broader New Zealand finds itself in right now. Quite a stretch. So to be able to try and make a decision without having kind of delved into that a little bit more seems a little bit premature in that respect. And I think that then just brings through to, I guess, my final sort of in summary, I strongly support option D. I think the alignment around the future vision, albeit more work needs to be done, but there are trade-offs in all of the other options outlined. Financially, it stacks up. I mentioned that 5% on the costing basis better off, and yet all of the other ones have trade-offs. So I'm not sure why we would pay more. I know there's the heritage value piece that has been highlighted, but I guess it's not clear that a new build couldn't have many of the same, if not all of the same heritage values in terms of the architectural design and the facade, if that's what I understand that to be. And so there's not necessarily a trade-off, yet there's a huge expense to go the remediation option of option C. So that's, look, in summary, that's what I'd like to share today.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Anand. Are there any pātai for Anand? You were very clear. Oh, me Foster. You were very clear.
You were very clear. Thanks, Anand. Do you have any sort of thoughts? I mean, you've obviously picked up very clearly the whole thing about comparing like with like size-wise and whether that's the kind of size. Have you got any thoughts about what kind of size might be? Not necessarily how many square metres, but kind of principles that we might look at. Where, I mean, you obviously know the size of Tuaranga as an example, but also what you'd need to put in a library to tell us whether it can be smaller, bigger,
Look,
whatever.
Part of my background has been both in strategy and also design, so understanding how to solve for ambiguity in a long range. And so some of those principles that I think hold true are saying actually that, particularly around the physical collection size, getting a view as to what space that needs to occupy going forward, particularly given the shift to digital and more knowledge sharing and collaborative type workspaces, and understanding what that looks like. So I think getting a view of those things is key. I noted in the consultation document and mentioned as a result of exiting the current premise, there'd been some innovation around the warehousing facility, and I wonder if that could be explored more, where that's not necessarily a trade-off in services, but actually a more responsive service that's not just focused on the central library, but actually, the sort of the greater region. And if you can get a physical item, book or otherwise, to somebody the next day, and what you see in sort of e-commerce developments, to me that says you can have a better service delivery and not a trade-off of having less items physically available in the actual library itself. So those are some of the things that I think would inform the footprint and the potential to shrink it down. So I hope that answers.
It does. That's kind of what I was fishing for.
Tēnā koe, Anand. It was very clear and really helpful. So thanks for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today.
Cool. Thank you.
So we now have the Architectural Centre here. I don't think it's Kate, as is up on the screen. We've got Duncan and Daryl here to kōrero with us. Thank you both for coming in. Just make sure that both the microphones are on. Councillor Fitzsimons, thank you. Councillor Condi. That work. It's just because we've got people listening, we've got a councillor online to be able to hear what you're saying. But so you've got 10 minutes and there will likely be some questions within that time if you can allow a little bit of time for that.
Good.
So thank you.
Good.
Do you want to, you see it's going, Duncan?
It says push to talk, but I'm talking.
Yeah, it's working.
Right.
It's working.
Okay.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll start off. As you're aware, this is Daryl Coburn and I'm Duncan Joyner, and we're not Kate Lindsay. Kate Lindsay is president of the Architectural Centre, and she sent her apology. She had to attend a funeral this morning, so we're here to speak about our submission. The Architectural Centre made a submission, and it is in support of option A, which is the low-level remediation of the library building. Priorities for the most important factors in our decision were, number one, what will provide the best long-term outcome? The second priority was making the building resilient. The third priority was making the building safe. The fourth priority was considering climate change. And the fifth priority was heritage. In our submission, we make the following observations. The current building is an award-winning cultural artefact. Its design and completion in the 1980s was not a knee-jerk reaction, but the result of a considered design process. It was highly innovative and responded to the latest ideas about community library usage. These are ideas that are still relevant today, even if some of the technology has changed. Any process that seeks to add, modify, or replace the existing needs to be at least as good as the current building. Finding out what this would be must be given time. It must also have the existing library as a space within which consultation and development can occur. In relation to Te Ngako, our submission also makes these observations. It's very important that the Central Library open as soon as possible and in time return the City Council offices to Te Ngako, the Civic Square. Any importance that the square had as a public and democratic place is because these functions were part of that space. These functions return mana to Te Ngako. If instead the square is to be made into a hub for the performing arts, say in the manner of New York's Lincoln Centre, Te Ngako would become a desiccated centre of privileged culture. If turning the square into a hub for nightlife, it would become another Courtney Place. And we ask the question, do we really want to take drunken brawls to Wellington's heart? That's kind of a little aside. So, our main points are, first of all, not wasting the world's resources demolishing a perfectly good building. It is award-winning heritage architecture. Our attitude to risk regarding earthquakes needs to be proportional. reopening the building as fast as possible, replacing it with equally good building would take, reopen the building as fast as possible. Replacing the building with an equally good building would take many years of demolition, consultation, consenting and construction. We note that it took Christchurch 7 years to achieve its library without the need for demolition and with a completely open site and free city where they could move trucks and equipment through. So I think to summarise it very, very succinctly, keep the building, fix it up, open it up, and then if there are other things to be considered, they can be done in due course, in due time, and properly and carefully. Do you want to add anything to that, David?
No, I think that's very good, Duncan. And my main interest in all this is that we get our attitude towards earthquakes proportional. Life is a risk. We do it all the time. People are happy to take risks. We jump into our cars and do all sorts of things, or walk around, and we're happy with risk. And for some reason, we've taken earthquakes right out of proportion. We kill something like 3 people a year with earthquakes, and we kill 700 a year with cars, including air pollution. So there is absolutely no comparison. We've just got to get it in proportion. Thank you.
Thank you. There are some pātai, there are some questions. We've got Councillor Condi and then Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thank you. Just questions about your preference for option A. My two concerns with that option are, first, that the building might not be insurable in the current market if we only do it up to the minimum standard, and second, that we may end up in a similar situation to the town hall, which is that we did it as fast as possible last time, and that only lasted us about 10 to 15 years before suddenly the building standards had changed and we had to strengthen it again. So I was just wondering if you had any comments on either of those 2 points.
Yes, I wish we had the government life still operating, that we covered our own insurance policies. Tragedy that we sold it all. So
yeah,
I think we carry our own insurance.
Yeah, well, that's another, I think, pretty important suggestion. But I think that the concern that you raise is likely to happen whatever you do. Even if you have a brand new building, you don't know that someone's going to change the code. So I think we need to see that we are immersed in a process, continuing process, of managing the city, of fixing up as we go. And I think you really need, it's really important that we actually just join that process and make it work. So that the existing library building can be fixed and brought up to whatever level you want to bring it up to. And then there is no guarantee that that won't change in 30 years' time. I don't know. But the point I'm trying to make is that there's no impediment to fixing the building up to whatever standard you want to bring it up to.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks. I'm interested in just exploring the comments you made around Civic Square as a kind of public and democratic space and the contrast you put from it being an art and cultural space, and just wondering why you think there needs to be a trade-off there, why it can't be both.
Well, I think it can be both, but I think that the concern we had was that there has been suggestion that maybe you can kind of throw everything in there. And I think that the important thing is that this is a space associated with the heart of Wellington City, which is its council, its offices, and then its major functions, which are the City Gallery and the City Library. I think it would be marvellous to add other things onto that as well. And of course you do with the Town Hall and Michael Fowler Centre. So the performing arts are there already. I think there could be even more inclusion of that. And I think even, you know, if you really wanted to, you could even put some commercial activity around the library building. I think that retaining the library building doesn't mean to say you can't add to it and add functions to it.
Is there time for another question? I just also was interested in your comments around the risks around earthquakes needing to be proportional. Is that a reflection on the current code or a view or a view that you and your members have around sort of too much investment or too much concern. Can you just unpack that a bit? Because I think it's quite an interesting point, and I haven't heard it made that much.
Okay, do you want to talk further about that, or should I?
Well, I certainly think it's too conservative. Our standards are very high, and if you're trying to keep the building, to keep the city functioning and actually working cost effectively, you've got to be prepared to take risks and take compromises. You've got to be reasonable about it. And there's all sorts of ways of doing things cost effectively. You don't have to don't have to have base isolation and all the other luxurious gold-plated stuff. You can't afford it. You can't do it. And who's to say it's going to last anyway? Who's to say it's going to stand up? And then you get climate change kicking in. And we're burning all this oil, taking stuff up to the top of Brooklyn Mountain, down the other side, up to the mountain, to the earthworks, to the landfill. It's colossal cost. The amount of oil that's burnt. And when they chew these buildings up, have you seen the equipment? You've seen the machine that does it? You've seen the size of the exhaust pipe that comes out the back of it? It's phenomenal. It's like KCDC rebuilding its road. They told me what the bill for the oil was, just fueling the trucks and everything. It's massive. So here we are cruising along, gold plating everything and pumping out CO2, no worries, because the construction industry, architects don't realise, architects think that we're making a beautiful world. Architecture actually destroys the world, destroys the planet more than any other profession except engineers. We do more damage by far.
That's enough.
Especially,
but I think
especially, I just have to do one thing because I'm on to my favourite topic here.
Time's nearly up,
full
Carol.
swing. Glass. Glass is the most misunderstood material. We clad our buildings in glass. Glass is the most unsustainable, high-energy material you can put into a building. Double glazing is not insulation. Triple glazing is not insulation either. It uses 4 times triple insulation, has a quarter of the insulation of a 4-inch bat. So, and here we are glazing everything.
Yes.
So just forget about it. Drop it altogether.
Thank you both, Tēnā koroa. Thank you for coming into kōrero with us today. We appreciate you taking the time to share your expertise.
Thank you. It's very enjoyable. We always have.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks very much.
Kia ora. Well, no, my Chris Horn. It's good to have you here to kōrero with us today.
Here's a good man for you. Cracker.
Well, welcome, Chris. You know the drill well. So 5 minutes for this one today, with possibly some time for questions if you can, just because the councillors are asking lots of questions today, which is great.
Right. Kia ora koutou katoa, and good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I shall be very brief. Just a few points. I support retention of the building with certain conditions, such as opening the ground floor to Tenakau Civic Square. Some of us know about the access to Civic Square from the cafe, but not everyone knows about the access that way. I support strengthening of the building to 100% building code, and base isolators, as we heard at the meeting in the gorgeously preserved Public Trust building. That was a meeting convened by the Wellington Civic Trust. It is possible to use base isolators designed in California, which apparently are superior to the NZ, the Kiwi designed ones, enabling a building to move horizontally considerably more. That design was, I think, begun in California. Now, not on my submission is an afterthought. You'll remember a few decades ago, a museum was a museum was moved on tracks for a block or two. Is it technically possible to lift our library, say, 1.5 meters to give us a bit more freeboard when climate change brings sea level up onto Victoria Street? I'll leave you with that question to consider. Thank you. End of my commentary.
Well, we've got a few patai. Councillor O'Neill, then Matthews.
Kia ora, Chris. Thank you for the work that you've done in putting this into submission and your work outside. My question is around how the current library or the imagined library is going to fit in with the Tinako Civic Square precinct. Do you have any suggestions about how we can make the library building itself more open and accessible, maybe more involved with the natural environment or green space in that area?
I believe, Councillor O'Neill, that opening it from the ground floor out to Tinako would be a very good step. It would integrate that public space with the indoor public space. So that's one of my principal points that I'm making in my submission. So I touch wood that will happen.
Cool. If I could just a clarifying question, how do you envision that being opened up, like just having really, really big doors, or how do you see the building being open up when you talk about that?
Well, take out one of the windows that are there on Tinako's side, put in automatic doors, and I acknowledge that will require an extra staff member to be there to monitor, make sure that nobody's nicking books and taking them out that way without going through the appropriate booking out process.
Cool, that's helpful. Thank you, Chris.
Are there any other patai, councillors? No? Well, kia ora, Chris. Thank you very much for coming in to kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing giving us your time.
Merci. Thank you.
All right, councillors, we now have our lunch break, which there is, I think I can see some lunch down the back, and we're going to come back at 1 o'clock. So gives us enough time to have some fresh air and stretch our legs, and then we'll be back at 1. Yeah. I understand that we have Leslie Salinger on Zoom. Kia ora, Leslie. It's good to have you joining us today to talk to us about the Central Library. So I understand you're presenting as an individual, so you have 5 minutes. And if you have any time available within that, there may be some questions.
Okay, so shall I begin?
That would be good, thank you.
Yes. Well, as a preface, I would just say that Ian Affield, was a personal friend of mine and a colleague, and I know that his attitudes to buildings were that they were malleable, could be altered, could be changed, could be revivified. So I want to also say that Helene Ritchie's open letter to the council and to the public absolutely hits the nail on the head here. We need to find basically the quickest, the most practical and the most cost-effective solution to sorting out any problems the building may have and getting it back open and functioning as a central library. Any city worth its name needs a central library. And at the moment, ours is dead, and so is the Civic Square. And when I think back to what it used to be and look at it now, it's absolutely heartbreaking. So let's talk about the building. It absolutely has to be retained, and also the palm columns, which are such a special feature of it, and were actually the idea of Claire Affield. My suggestion is, if the floor needs fixing or strengthening, bracing, as some architects have said, then do it. If necessary, strip out the concrete slab floors if there's a fear that they will somehow pancake in an earthquake. And it would be perfectly possible to create within the building a tensile steel rib cage, a form of buttressing. And then you could use lighter, more flexible materials for the level floors. Wood, perhaps, steel. If there's felt that these heavy concrete floors loaded with books would be an inherent danger, there's ways of solving that problem. I think this notion of spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, it's just delusions of grandeur. That is not what is needed. What is needed is to find the most practicable way of getting that building working and open again. And there can be, given its 20-odd years of age, obviously one can refit more modern technology, and the whole question of storage of the layout of books, maybe it is that they are stored at the lower levels, but these things can be found and sorted. We do not need to be spending vast sums of money to what? We've already got white elephants where we've spent, well, you've got a convention centre being built. How soon are conventions in the time of contagion? How soon are they going to be up and running? That will inevitably end up being a big white elephant, which council will have to basically cost. The ratepayers will have to wear it. In Karori, we had a convention, we had an event centre built. That's sitting empty for about 3 years, a complete white elephant. So let's find a practicable efficient way of repairing it. And just to restate, Helene Ritchie's letter really defines and outlines exactly what could be done. All right, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Leslie, for your submission today. We have run out of time for questions, but thank you for taking the time to come and talk to us. We really appreciate it.
All right. Sorry, 5 minutes does go very quickly.
It does go really fast, I agree. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jill.
Thank you. So we're going to move now to Sharon Ellis. Sharon, if you'd like to come up, welcome. Thank you for coming in. So we'll just make sure that your microphone is turned on. Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. So Sharon, you have 5 minutes as well. If you would like to leave some time for questions, there may be some questions.
My chair is taking...
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. They wheel as you sit down. Yeah,
tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa, kia ora. Wellington Central Public Library is a major responsibility of the City Council, and citizens of Wellington expect this to be honoured. That we are here today and you are here to listen to citizens' views on a library gives me some confidence that you are aware of the importance of this. Wellington must have a central public library. The arguments for this position are many and convincing and attractive, and it would take more time than I'm allowed to give my own versions of them. I want to focus on why this building in this setting. I don't mean this one, I mean the one there. The development of the Civic Centre was a triumph. It established a Wellington city centrepiece that was for and of the city, as opposed to the cluster of buildings at the centre of Wellington, capital of Aotearoa, New Zealand. It acknowledged two centres, two governments. It provided a place for Wellington to celebrate itself. In the old days, there were isolated civic buildings and no civic place to meet. The Civic Centre development gave Wellington an inspired creation of a city square at the heart of the city. The southern face of the scheme cleverly linked the town hall, the bulky out-of-scale municipal office building, the lovely curved and arcaded civic administration building. It made these different era, different genre, different aesthetic buildings into one linked, curving, coherent border. I mourn the loss of the black glass sky bridge that visually linked and enclosed and at the same time defined an entry point for celebrities like Sevens teams, graduands and duchesses. In the margin was the new library. It was, and I hope it will be again soon, accessible, welcoming, exciting, and our own treasure house. And now the best we can say is that there is an open space and some surrounding buildings. It is no longer our centre. It is empty, boarded up, and details have been destroyed. It is no longer a coherent, enclosing set of public buildings. We no longer have a civic centre, no longer the beating heart. The council has moved out. Our library is being steadily and stealthily gutted, while shamefaced it hides behind painted barriers. I'm here today on urgent business. It is our library. You have its fate in your power. Do not allow it to be a decaying embarrassment, and please don't go on systematically destroying what we value. I want our own big, comprehensive, inclusive library as it was and where it is. And if I were marching and chanting and carrying a placard, I would say, and I want it now. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very clear, Sharon. Thank you. Were there any questions, councillors?
Sorry?
We've got a question from one of the councillors. We've got a little bit of time in your...
I hear you, I'm sorry.
We've got a question for you from Councillor O'Neill.
Okay.
Councillor O'Neill, would you like to ask a question?
Oh, just to sorry, hi. No, it's all right. It's quite confusing. There's a lot of us. I just have a quick question around, you talk about keeping the civic precinct as it is. Do you think there are any improvements that we could be doing to the library to make it more accessible?
I hated the drawings in the handout submission because there were stairs everywhere and no handrails. And it just means that you've got to go around, like you do at the Johnsonville Library, you've got to go around the back and up in a lift, and that is not inclusive. That doesn't mean you belong in the library. That means you've sent out somewhere else. I did the same thing in the Musée d'Orsay in Paris. It's got lovely steps, but no rails. So those improvements that were in those pictures, I hated, and I don't want a library like Christchurch. In fact, box architecture, which seems to be the taste of you people, is not what I like.
Well, thank you, Sharon. Thank you for coming to talk to us today.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you. Kia ora, Paul Bruce. Good to see you here today. Thank you for taking the time to come into kōrero with us. So you know how this works. You've got 5 minutes and it does go really fast.
Yeah.
So thank you. Let you get underway.
My 3 issues, Wellington City Council must take global warming and sea level rise seriously and avoid any new civic buildings in locations at or below 3 metres. It is not too soon to consider the economic and fiscal risks of sea level rise. The second point would be libraries now need to be considered as communication centres, not just repositories of hardcover books. And thirdly, Square, to come truly alive, needs to enhance connections to the waterfront and to the Golden Mile with open space and easy access to all. Now, Wellington City Council declared a climate emergency. However, New Zealand and Wellingtonians' paper targets are inadequate and will ensure at least 3 degrees global heating, which pushes the Amazon into full-scale collapse with colossal firestorms, the thawing of the Arctic permafrost, collapse of the West Antarctic ice sheet, and accelerating sea level rise. Public infrastructure such as the public library is expected to have a lifetime of a century or so. Hence, we must consider projected sea level rise well into the 22nd century. Flooding already occurs in basements during king tides. The latest modelling from NIWA, based on results published in the IPCC Fifth Assessment Report, has the range of sea level rise from just under 70 centimetres to 140 centimetres. The 70 centimetre lower limit would occur only if the global community takes immediate action on greenhouse gas emissions. Even the low end of the range significantly increases the risk of coastal inundation once we factor in storm surge and wave run-up. For 70 centimetres, the 1 in 100 year event will occur with every tide. Continued sea level rise is not something that might happen, it is already happening. Will accelerate and will continue for the indefinite future. Unlike earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, it is foreseeable. Lowry Bay during the June 21st, 2013 storm saw many roads flooded around Wellington Harbour. On this day, the tide gauge at the port recorded the highest sea level since records began in 1944. As the level of the sea level rises, high groundwater causes a number of problems: boggy ground and surface ponding, damage to infrastructure and buildings, saturated soil, raising the risk of liquefaction and earthquakes. San Francisco is now planning on a sea level rise for the coasts of California, Oregon and Washington, defining a vulnerability zone of 2 metres 74 centimetres, 274 centimetres. Thus, I'd like to say that any rebuild of our library, if within the civic square, must be on a much reduced scale and elevated well above 2 metres above sea level. Bulk storage of books, etc., should be in another safer location. The Central Communications Centre would then be complemented by other centres in safer situations on the peripheries of the CBD, and also acting as communication hubs with internet services, meeting rooms, issuing and return of loans. All buildings should, of course, be carbon neutral, powered by solar cells and incorporating rainwater collection. And just to summarise again, the civic precinct is a valued space. However, a major part of the CBD will eventually be inundated by sea, and planning should minimise new builds and provision be made for seawater intrusion, with areas reverting to nature, wetlands, raupo, attracting bird life and better connections to the lagoon.
Thank you. That was very succinct. Councillors, are there any questions? No, you're obviously very. Oh, Councillor Condi.
So given that Tanako Civic Square is, 80 centimetres to a metre above sea level at the moment, would your preference be to build the building somewhere else entirely in the city?
What I'm suggesting is that it's absolutely love the Civic Square, but rebuild something much smaller and more economical, but as I referred to as a communication centre. So it does in a more modern sense, utilising technology, but not having every library book there. So that would mean that it wouldn't be such a cost to move out of there when sea level rises. As I say, it's inevitable that sea level, well, it actually is rising 3 millimetres per year at the present time, and that's going to accelerate no matter what we do. So we rebuild, but not spend huge amounts of money.
Well, tēnā koe, Bruce. Thank you for taking the time to come and kōrero with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Sorry, Paul. Paul Bruce. I got half there. All right, now we have Owen Hughes, who has his submission on page 84 of our documents. So, Owen, if you'd like to come up. Thank you. And so, Owen, you've got 5 minutes as well. So if you do want to leave any time for questions, it's within that time.
Thank you, and kia ora. Okay, the new library should be accessible to everybody. Can you hear me all right? Yeah. Okay, and to do that, it needs to embody current best practice around accessibility design. And in my view, a new building would provide the best opportunity to achieve that. And this is a point that also relates to making the building safe and to making it climate proof. Okay, another thing about building well, oh sorry, the bit about, I just wanted to make the point that a new building embodying best practice would be much cheaper to build than to retrofit an old building. Okay, and this is not just a wonderful idea, it's actually quantifiable. I wanted to refer you to a report from the Building Research Association of New Zealand. They've done a report called Lifetime Housing, the Value Case. It relates to housing, but the principles also are applicable to public buildings. And what that report demonstrates is that it is 10 times cheaper to incorporate best practice in a new building than it is to do it to retrofit to an old building. So, and I can send you the link to that report if that would help. Who should I send it to?
You can send it through to Democracy Services and they will send that on to us.
Okay.
So the people that you were communicating with.
Okay, thank you.
Or, thank you.
The next point I want to make is that to capture best practice, you need to involve users. The users are the experts. And I'm aware that the City Council has an accessibility advisory group. And I looked up the website and I couldn't find any evidence that that group has been consulted on this issue, on the nature and form of the new library. So I just wanted to encourage the council to use its own accessibility advisory group that the council has invested in. So that's all I want to say, and I am happy to elaborate.
Cool. We do have a question here for you from Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Owen. I'm just interested, so I work with the Accessibility Advisory Group, and you're absolutely right. In this case, they haven't had a specific conversation about the library, and there were officers did sort of give us some information, but we, with the cancellation of meetings due to COVID, etc., it hasn't happened. But I just wanted to follow up. What feedback have you received about the accessibility of the library as it was, and what kind of specifically, how was that building not accessible to people?
Okay, well, perhaps I can talk about the new library at Johnsonville. I was talking to a friend yesterday who told me that she can't actually get into certain parts of that building. The reason being she's in a power wheelchair, and the building meets I think it meets the current standard NZS 4121, but that was a standard that was published in 2001, and I don't think it's currently best practice. So, it's good to have good standards, but standards need to evolve. So, and the people who can tell you about what works and what does not work are the users.
Tēnā koe, Owen. Thank you for coming in to talk to us today. We appreciate you sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Mike Frawley. Welcome, Mike. Thank you. So you've also got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for giving me this opportunity. It's much appreciated. What I wanted to talk to the council about is probably a bit outfield, because I know the space, Civic Square space is very keen. What I'm proposing is that we potentially look at the archives building. It's due to shift across the road in 2024. As a location goes, I couldn't think of a more superb location. It's potential, we've got the opportunity to have a learning hub there with the National Archives, the Library, Parliament, the university. There's 3 major secondary schools in the area, a primary school. It's close to 2 transport hubs. I do understand there is current issues with the roof of the archives building, and it does need some earthquake strengthening, but I understand not to the extent that the retrofit of the current library will require. So on the positive side, I believe there's substantial savings to the ratepayers of Wellington. I do appreciate the building does look tired, but I think it can be a great tauhanga for Wellington. We've got some great architects in the city, and I believe they can really do something with that building. Haven't seen retrofitted buildings like this in the past being upgraded. I believe it can be made to work. And I do think the Civic Square space potentially could be used for something else. Having worked in Christchurch, I do think that new child's playground, that's something we could look at the central city. I don't think there's enough space for children actually in the city. So I just want to put this out there. Maybe before we make a final decision, we can at least look at the feasibility. I don't know the economics of it. I just think it's a great idea. I just want to put it for the council and let you guys have a think. I'm sure you've got your engineers and that. My understanding, having to talk to an engineer friend, it's no longer suitable for an archive facility, different sort of structural. But his view was potentially it could be made a lot cheaper than the retrofit of the current library to be made of a workable space for the library. It has ample storage, and also there is going to be space for us to do other things as libraries develop over time. They could become a real good learning environment because libraries are changing, not so much on the paper books, but so it is a great opportunity there to think outside the square how we can make it a learning centre as well as a library for the children and the people of Wellington. So yeah, just want to put that out there and have you guys make the decision and have a think. So yeah.
Thank you, Mike. That's very interesting. Yeah. Councillors, are there any questions?
No, I'll leave it up to you guys. Have a think.
You've been very clear. Thank you.
Appreciate
Thanks for bringing your thoughts.
Thank you.
Kia ora. No, my Alex Gray, if you'd like to come up now. So, Alex, you also have 5 minutes, and if there is any time for questions, we welcome that. So, thank you.
Thanks very much, fellow councillors. I think several of you know me.
there's one photo I asked to be put up on the screen. I don't know if that's happened, but maybe that can happen. My submission's basically, my first reaction when the library proposal was put on the table was, oh, we've got to save the Athfield building, it's wonderful. And then I looked at the consultation document and I looked at the price of 174 to 200 million, and the fact that it's more expensive than building new, I started to question my earlier decision. And I looked hard at the building and I concluded that, in my personal opinion, the only bits worth saving were the iconic features of the Athfield building, which is the main entrance and the Nikau colonnade down the side. And the reason I'm suspicious about the 174 to 200 million for the strong retrofit of the existing building is I just need to refer you to the estimates for strengthening the town hall, which from memory started off at about 40 million. And I think the reason they're currently well over 100, 120, 130 million. And the reason for putting this photo up is this is the extensive piling work for the new base isolated apartments next door to where I work in Victoria Street, which has got the same driven steel piles as are being used on the convention centre. And those are the sorts of foundations that you need for to resist major earthquakes, and the library will be an importance level 4 building, which means it's got to survive a major earthquake. And you can see some really big equipment there to drive those piles. Those are going down 15 metres. They probably need to go a similar length at the library site. So if you had to remediate the existing building, it's incredibly slow and expensive to do new foundations down 15 metres in an existing building. In my view, you get much better value for money, it's quicker, and it gives you the blank canvas of designing a new library. And I had a look, I haven't been inside the new Christchurch Library, but I've emailed the link to Fleur, because the new Christchurch Library, they got, it cost them $85 million, opened in 2018, world class, 9,850 square metres, and the current City Council Library is 11,500 square metres. So that's basically my summary. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Kia ora, councillors, are there any questions? Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Alex. Always good to see you. So you just mentioned in terms of your suspicion around cost blowouts. You got any other examples of things where retrofitty type buildings have been done and started at one level and ended up something completely different?
I think Parliament probably fell into that category as well. It's always difficult to base isolate an existing building because you end up having to do double the foundations because you've got to basically, the building has to sit there while you put in new foundations, then you've actually got to wire cut or cut the existing foundation and then transfer the load across with massive epoxy-filled flat jacks. And so I think I've asked for a copy of the estimates under the Official Information Act because I don't trust them. Another project which I successfully argued the estimate cost was Transmission Gully versus the Coast Road. And it's mainly the Coast Road I challenge because at one stage NZTA had an estimate of 400 million for widening the Coast Road, and after challenging the estimate it went up to 800 million. Does that answer your question?
Gives me a bit of a feel. Yeah. Thanks, Alex.
Well,
I knew your engineering background.
Councillor O'Neill has a question for you as well.
Kia ora, thank you. My question is around, as councillors, how can we be better informed and when reading QS reports or spotting or trying to ask the right questions around blowouts? Because I'm quite new to this.
Cool, that's a fair question. Well, I've been doing it for 40 years. What I typically do if I have doubts about a QS estimate is I go to a building contractor and I say to them, how much will this cost? And to give you an example on the existing library, when I first wanted to save the whole of the library building, I emailed an old friend of mine, Maurice Clark from McKee Fell Builders, who's currently doing Stuart Dawson Corner and has done the Transpower building on Bolcott Street. He's an expert on saving or retrofitting buildings which are suitable for retrofit. And his email reply back to me was, sorry, I can't support you in this endeavour. So does that answer your question? Go and ask a builder.
Well, kia ora, Alex. Thank you for coming to share your experience with us. Appreciate that. Right, we'll welcome John Christopher Corey. Thank you, John. So you've got 5 minutes as well. And we're looking forward to hearing
I might
from
not
you.
take up as much time as others, because listening to this, I've realised that I probably don't know sufficient to make a really impactful submission. But the couple of points that I'd like to perhaps emphasise, and you've got it in writing in front of you anyway, you've got to balance lower standards of building remediation against the long-term prospects for the building. And it's no good doing a quick fix job, which I tend to think is option A, and let the future, hope that the future will take care of itself. I think it's very important to be very concerned about the long-term outcome, and that is why I have favoured option D, partly because it's cheaper. I've put this at the bottom of my submission. I say it's submitted that option D should be pursued. It's lower in cost and it's of a higher standard than A and B. And there are other attractive features of option D referred to on page 25 of the booklet, where I think you're probably all familiar with those, but it is really quite illuminating, I suggest, as representing an improvement to the existing facilities. The other thing that may be of some significance to you is whether or not the heritage feature of this building ought to be taken into account at all. It's a building which, of course, is as ancient as 30 years, which is a considerable heritage period, I would have thought. But if there are heritage features of the present building, one might think that some of those features could easily, or relatively easily, be accommodated in a redeveloped building to save expense and obviously so that the heritage values are not lost. The other thing that I've noticed is that in calculating option D, there's no allowance at all for demolition and other site preparation costs, and I wonder whether that has actually been seriously underestimated. That should have been there, in my view. I have at the end of my notes said that I can't really discuss going to a different site, but there may well be, and I think councillors should be prepared to consider rebuilding on a different site that is more suitable or could be more suitable. The concerns that I do have about the present site, of course, are the fact that it's reclaimed seabed, we have a sea level rising, and we have earthquake risk. And again, I don't know the details or the mathematical details, etc., of the experts in this field, but it may be quite foolish to try and rebuild or even improve the existing building on a site which is possibly going to be seriously compromised in the future. And I think you've got to get very good advice about the possible compromises that could arise. I think that's all that I really need to say.
Well, thank you, John. I don't see that there are any questions at the moment, so you must have been very clear with what you were telling us. Thank you for taking the time to come in.
I stimulated any curiosity.
Yes. Thank you, John. So now we have Heritage New Zealand here. So welcome, Dean, and I think you have another couple of people here with you. I'll welcome Karen and Kieran. Is that right? I've got that right. Karen. Oh, kia ora. So you've got 10 minutes. If you it would be worthwhile maybe leaving a couple of minutes at the end for questions, because I'm sure there will be some. Thank you.
So thank you for the introduction. I'm Dean Raymond, planner at Heritage New Zealand, Tonga. Karen Aswood, our area manager, and Karen Pollock, heritage advisor. So we put in a submission supporting options B or C as options that will make the building safe and resilient and preserve the heritage values of the building and allow its continued use as a library and community space. So the building's been nominated to be included in the New Zealand Heritage List, Rarangi Kōrero, as a Category 1 building. and that proposal's currently out for consultation. So our submission noted that the library possesses outstanding architectural significance as a highly esteemed postmodern building, employing classical architectural forms, historical references, and varied shapes and materials to arresting effect. It has exceptional historical significance as a major work of Ian Athfield, and it has outstanding social significance as a much-loved and visited institution. It's also part of, or it's within the Te Ngakau Civic Centre heritage area, and whatever changes may happen to that building or in that vicinity would need to be sympathetic to that area. So Karen may want to add more about the heritage value of the building and why it's being proposed for listing.
Well, I'm happy to take any questions on that topic as well. I wrote the heritage proposal report. As Dean said, it's been nominated as a Category 1. Thank you. And as Dean has also noted, my research found that it has what we call outstanding values on a number of measures. Outstanding is what is required for something to be a Category 1 building. We argue that it has outstanding architectural significance due to it being a highly acclaimed building. It won 3 major architectural awards not long after it was built. It's a very important postmodern building. Obviously, postmodern buildings are not everybody's favourite, but they are certainly one of our more recent architectural forms, and this one is a very good example of that. I'm sure you've all heard of Ian Athfield. He's probably the most acclaimed architect of recent times, passed away in 2015. And this building is upheld as one of his most important buildings. So you've got Ian Athfield, then you've got this building, which is one of his most important. And as you all know, in your own literature, you refer to this building as Wellington's living room. It's a much-loved institution. I would argue that, of course, a library and a central library is inherently popular, but this building was so popular, second after Te Papa, according to you guys. So that really lifts it, in my view. So we argue that it meets the Category 1 threshold for outstanding value for its architecture, for its history, and for its social values.
We do have some questions, so are you ready for those now?
Yep.
Cool. So we'll start with Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Yes, I have a few questions. You've designated as planning on designating as a Category 1. Is it just you who've made that sort of assessment, or do you get it peer reviewed in any way?
Well, that's our job to make that assessment, but it is peer reviewed internally. We have a committee of experts who review our reports. Once that's done, it goes out either for public consultation or if owners are happy with the proposal, we can reach agreement and then it's listed. In this case, it's going out for public consultation because it's such an important proposal. And of course, anyone can make a submission either supporting our Category 1 recommendation or opposing it. It really comes down in the end to the evidence in this report, and whatever submissions that we get goes to the Board of Heritage New Zealand, and they ultimately decide whether it's met that threshold.
And so the building next door, which just happened to get more severely impacted by the library, what we know as a CAB building or the Civic Administration building, did that come into your considerations at all?
No, we were only considering the library building in and of itself.
Was there any reason why? Because that was built by Athfield and it was also built at the same time and as part of a,
That wasn't actually an Athfield building, but it was part of the Civic Square development. No, that wasn't nominated to us. We could have chosen, had we wanted to include that, but then we would have looked at Civic Square as a whole, because you may be aware that Civic Square has been nominated for our heritage list as well. We haven't got to that yet, it's still in waiting. We haven't really considered this, but I can't see why we would have looked at that building as well without looking at the rest of the site, because it is a very important civic centre, as you know, iterations over time.
Yeah, so wouldn't it have been better to look at it all holistically rather than just pick off bits? Because it sounds like you've looked at one and then, but there's other bits that you haven't looked at. And
no, it's very common for us just to look at one building, and this is a very discrete building. It was the leading building of the Civic Square development. So yes, we could have looked at that other building. Based on the limited information that I have about that, it's nowhere near as significant. Library building.
We're just going to move.
Okay, can I just have one more question?
You've actually asked 3 questions already, and we've got a list of other people, so we're going to move on. I just have a very quick question, which is, what is the likelihood of that heritage listing being successful? My understanding is what I've heard is that generally, that once people requested it, it's fairly likely that that will be the way it goes.
Okay.
So it's by the time it gets to the stage that we're at now, it's gone through a few other steps. So when we get a nomination in, we do a annual nominations assessment, which looks at whether places are even likely to meet their threshold. So some just drop away at that point, not even likely, and then gets to another stage where we're looking at what we're going to bring into our work program, and we look at a lot of things in relation to all our strategic objectives, things like that. One of those strategic objectives is recognising New Zealand's most outstanding and significant places, and so places like the library, based on our initial assessment, have risen to the top to be put into our work program. And then we do all the research, we go out for public submissions and things like that, and then we also have all these internal peer reviews. So yeah, by the time it gets to this stage, it's been looked at quite a few times too.
Okay, can read into that. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I've just got 2 questions. Thank you for all your work. My first question really is around timeframes. So can you give us some indication of what your timeframes are? And my second question is really around postmodern buildings and postmodern architecture, and whether this would be, if it gets Category 1 listing, whether it will be the youngest building that's had that without the support of, without the building owner asking for it, or is this pretty common across New Zealand?
Okay, so there's a couple of questions there. So timeframes, we got the nomination in for the library late 2019, and going through all those steps that I explained before has taken us up to this point. So it's not a quick process. We are out for public consultation at the moment, and I believe submissions close on the 13th of October, and then it's another round of internal peer review before there's even any recommendation of it going to the board. So we're probably looking at the earliest, December or February for this proposal to be going to our board. So it's not going to happen overnight. The second question was about postmodern buildings.
Yeah, is it the youngest? Would it be the youngest heritage one?
It's my understanding that it will be of any, whether or not an owner has gone into it with by owner agreement, or which is really great, because it expands people's idea of what heritage is, and it doesn't have to be a certain age. It just has to have been around long enough for us to measure it against the criteria in the Heritage New Zealand Poheri Tonga Act.
Yeah, I think it's really important not to focus too much on that 30-year thing we keep hearing about this building, because like Karen says, we don't have a cut-off date for things. Our Act does not give us a period of time. All you need to do is to show that this building has amassed enough significance on all those measures for it to be considered heritage. And I am firmly of the belief that this building has done that. I think that is extremely well established. It's also important to recognise that there are buildings in other countries, such as the UK, postmodern buildings that are heritage listed. So I really encourage you all to not fixate so much on that age. It is enough time has passed for this building to develop its identity, its connection to the brand of Wellington, to be extremely well loved, to be recognised architecturally from a number of sources.
Thanks. I was just interested, but yeah, thank you. You've really answered that well. Thanks.
Councillors, we have about 5 more questions or people, but I actually think we're just about to go into a break. Are people okay with extending it? Are you okay with us doing that? Because I think it's really important we do get to understand this process. So, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, I just wanted, this is a question of curiosity about your processes, is I've seen a number of these where it's a reactive process, so you wait until you get somebody nominates a building, and then, hey presto, it ends up as Category 1. And this is at least the third one that I've seen in Wellington. One was Broadcasting House, another one was the Karakia campus, which weren't listed at all. They become Category 1, but it's a reaction to actually, Karakia you might have started yourselves, but Broadcasting the other two. I just wonder, why is it that the HNZ doesn't actually proactively go around and say which of the buildings that are really, really important, and we actually go and list them before we get to this point when an owner is making a decision about them?
The main way we do, we like to reflect actually what the community feels is important. So a main way that we do that is people will nominate a place. If there were a major gap that we could see, then we can actually self-nominate, but the legislation kind of discourages that. We will then have to go through a whole separate process to get independently assessed and things like that. So, yeah. But I can't remember where my train of thought is going. Sorry. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so did you self-nominate the Karakia one, or did that get nominated to you?
No. So what happened with that is it came through the Crown Land disposal process, and we were in conversations with Victoria University through that process. I'm pretty sure it was nominated externally.
Right. Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Condie.
Kia ora, 2 questions. The first one I have is about how we prioritise. So we've got a limited amount of money, and we've got a lot of heritage buildings, that all of which are going to need to be strengthened in Wellington. If anything is a heritage building, it needs to be strengthened pretty much.
A lot already have.
And a lot already have, but a lot haven't. And there's a limited amount of money. So I guess I'd be interested to hear, for example, we've got the Wellington Museum Bond Store down on the waterfront, $25 million to strengthen that. How you think about how we should prioritise these different heritage buildings. And the other thing I'd be keen to hear about is we've had lots of people come in today and say, look, I love the building, like some of the heritage features, let's preserve some of those heritage features but move on to a new building. And I guess I would like your view on that, because that's been a really common theme today.
Well, I mean, Heritage New Zealand, we have our own portfolio of properties, so we go through the same kind of processes. We've just done Old St Paul's, we've got Turnbull House, old government buildings was looked at in the 90s, so hopefully that's still good for a wee while longer. But we've got properties around the country in a similar kind of situation. So it's a matter of, I suppose, for a council in particular, you'll people to see where that money is going to be spent. But Heritage New Zealand is here to offer advice and through that process. So it's come and talk to us. Recycling the building feature. So, I mean, it's easy. Recycling building features as in taking them off the building and putting them on a new one, or?
In particular, we've had lots of people talk about the Nico palms, but that wasn't the only thing that people mentioned, that we could take some of the most iconic features of the current building and build those into a new build. And so sort of a way of preserving some of the heritage and things people like about the building, but not actually strengthening that building.
So a lot of the heritage values for the building aren't actually connected with its physicality. It's that social importance, it's that type of thing as well, so it's important to keep that in mind. I mean, the Nico palms are obviously very iconic. They could be replicated elsewhere, but kind of interventions of stripping a building or something like that will have a detrimental effect on heritage values.
I think generally speaking, we wouldn't support that as being a good outcome for a heritage building, just taking bits and pieces off and reusing them. If you think, some of you might know the old hospital building, which still got the arches, that's seen as one solution, but really it's like a sculpture or some kind of building taxidermy or something like that. So, I don't feel like it's a good solution in heritage terms. Of course, it's better if a building is going to be demolished to salvage things, because a lot of people have talked about the sort of resource use in the waste, and that's really important to take into account. But really, it's the totality of a building and all of its parts, and so just pulling bits off piecemeal, sure, that gives us a reminder of what was there, but we would never really support that as a good outcome for a heritage building.
But adaptation and reuse, sure. Yeah. Of the building itself.
I mean, we wouldn't argue that this building needs to stay as it is. I've seen that the work that Athfield architects have done recently to open it up, and I mean, I can't give a position from our organisation at this time, but we would certainly be very open to advising on that and seeing the building being fully utilised and improved. We're not about sort of encapsulating a building as it was and keeping it like that without making any improvements.
What I'm just going to do is just check. We've still got 3 more councillors with questions, and we're meant to be on a break now, and we'll have to roll straight through if we go to 2. What are people feeling like? Do you want to let those 3 questions be asked? Yep. You happy to? Great. Okay, Councillor Sparrow. This has been sorted. That was quick. Councillor Rush.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned not to get fixated on the age, but just looking at your purpose statement in the Heritage New Zealand Pairi Tonga Act does talk about it being predominantly in regard to historic places. So is there some sort of directive elsewhere that suggests that that historic can be interpreted as being a shorter term?
Well, like I said before, there's nothing in our Act that gives a time frame for any of the measures, including historic. So what we sort of rest on is, I think Karen mentioned before, that enough time has passed for a building or a place or a site to develop some kind of culture, identity and significance. And in our view, this building has met that test. Like I said before, there are other buildings in other countries of a similar age that are heritage listed. I mean, the main measure for this being of historic significance is because of its intimate connection with Ian Athfield, who is an extremely important figure in the recent history of New Zealand architecture. History is not something that starts after, 100 years or something like that. I mean, we could debate when does history start, but I would argue that yes, it's absolutely valid to measure this building by historical criteria, and that's what this report has done.
Creating history all the time, aren't we? Deputy Mayor Free.
Hi, look, I guess my question is, if you do think this is a very important building, does that influence your view on what level of resilience we give it? Like obviously there's A, B and C options, retain the present building. Do you have a view?
Well, I think we've supported B and C because both of those two, I guess, help to retain the heritage features in the building as a whole. So from our point of view, from the heritage point of view, those two were the best 2 options.
Because some of the strengthening will change the way it appears.
Yeah, and like I said,
important?
It depends what the nature of that is, and we would be very interested in giving advice on that. But like I said before, we understand that buildings need to grow and adapt, and it's extremely important that so much money is being spent on this that it is resilient and the work is done appropriately. So I don't think we would be standing in the way of appropriate measures to improve it and make it safe.
And my last question is around the furniture, which is quite characteristic as well. Is that part of the historical fabric of the building? Is that not a part of it?
It was purpose designed for this building. It was part of the design process. It was overseen by Claire Athfield, Ian Athfield's wife, who's an interior designer in her own right. So you've got all those the big sort of armchairs and sofas, but even the desks, even the bookshelves, the light fittings, all of that was purpose designed for the building. We have listed a selective number of those as what we call chattels in this report, the things that we have decided are of the most value. The catches items need to be in a building at the time of listing, and obviously it's in a state of flux at the moment and things are moving in and out. So we would certainly like some care and attention to be paid to the furniture items. Whether they would end up in a restored building, I don't know. I'm not sure that we would have a hard and fast position on that, but I can't say at this stage. But it's just important to note that they're not just library furniture that you would see in any other building. They were purpose designed for this building. Yeah.
Well, kia ora koutou i tō whakaaro. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today and for answering all of our questions. We really appreciate you doing that.
Thank you so much for your time and giving us so extra time for all of that.
Thank you. That was everybody's will, so that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to have we'll come back at 2:05 because we've had someone else who's pulled out recently. So we'll come back at 2:05 and then go from there. So it's not too long, just enough time to have a bit of a stretch and a drink of water. Ngā Aho Māori Designers Network. So kia ora Rebecca Kittle and your team, if you'd like to come up and join us at the table. We'll make sure that the microphones are working. Thanks, Councillor Condi. So because you're an organisation, you've got 10 minutes, and it is quite likely we are finding that councillors do have questions from the presentation, so that question time fits within the 10 minutes. So if you do want to leave a couple of minutes in there, that would be awesome. And the timer you can just see up on the thing there to help guide you. But kia ora, nau mai.
Kia ora koutou, nei rā te mihi kia koutou. Tēnei rā, he mihi nui ki te mana whenua o tēnei rohe. Ko Ngāti Pro me Ngāpohi oku iwi, ko Rebecca Kittle tōku ingoa. I'm just going to introduce ourselves and then Matt's going to talk, so we'll do it quickly. Ko Ngāti Kaupata me Ngāti Raukau oku iwi, ko Jackie Wardle tōku ingoa.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko te parimaunga nui te maunga, ko Wairua te awa, ko ngā tukimata whaurua me Māmare ngā waka, ko Ngāpuhi me Ngāti Kahu oku iwi. Kia ora, ko Amelia Bundle tōku ingoa.
Ko Ngāti Kawata, tōku iwi, ko Takapuahia, tōku marae, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everyone, my name is Matt Ratani. I'm from Ngā Aho. We are a group of Māori design practitioners in a few fields, and we've had a discussion, and these are our thoughts. So a good outcome for the library needs a really robust engagement with mana whenua, and so to that effect, if it were agreeable to mana whenua, we think that the land should be returned to mana whenua for reasons of sharing power and rectifying past wrongs of the Crown, of which Wellington City Council is an agent. Such a sharing of power would ensure key values of manaakitanga and kaitiatihanga, stewardship with environmental sustainable design were integral values in the leadership of the project, and that Te Ao Māori values are aligned with what the project is seeking out to do. A few other comments. If the library is indeed the living room of the city, whose living room is it, and who is welcome in this living room? So emphasising the importance of making space for kaumātua, rangatahi, and the diverse population of our city. We would also like to acknowledge that libraries, by design, are colonial institutions and privilege Western forms of knowledge, and such that any library that comes needs to kind of have an expansive view of what knowledge is and the forms in which it is disseminated. So key within a kind of treaty relationship is the importance of dissemination of Motoranga Māori through kind of storytelling and oral mediums. So how that is facilitated equally within that building is really important. How is it a place of shelter for all people? So quite physically, is it a place where our rangatahi go after school and spend some time there, and are they welcome to be there? We generally reject the idea of the library being kept for heritage reasons, or heritage under how it is kind of popularly known within our planning policy. Nationally within New Zealand, it does privilege Western and colonial architectures, and what we would ask is that a heritage in this new city was reflective of a very expansive notion of heritage and of the presences within the land that may be far older but are not, that have been built over effectively. And yeah, what is an equitable heritage? What is an ethical remembering of place? The importance of speaking te reo in that space, spaces for wānanga performance, a space of equity building for vulnerable people, for people who are unhomed, for community groups meeting, and generally those are our big ideas, but we had a preference towards a new building. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Condi. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. I guess I'd be interested to hear from you about if we were to build a new building, what are some of your ideas about how we could actually restore some of that equity around how we bring in mana whenua stories and make it a place for a bicultural place where Māori feel genuinely welcome, just to get us started on the conversation.
Oh, kia ora. Thanks for the question. I mean, one of the discussions we had earlier was the idea of two libraries, and one focused on written knowledge and one focused on oral transmission of knowledge, and them not being a Māori Pākehā library, but them being there being kind of a way of privileging different ways of transmitting knowledge. And so, but I think, as Matt said, I think there's a really important role that libraries play, and the literature and the research around library development around the world is really kind of pushing libraries beyond what we understood them to be. They're not just quiet places where you read books anymore. They are also shelter for kids after school, and they're places where actually social learning or social constructivist pedagogy is an important part of thinking about space, and there's a heap of work being done around the world on that. So we learn much more efficiently through interaction with others. So there's ideas of performance spaces and spaces for wānanga. You know, could you perhaps, chuck down some mattresses in this place and have wānanga over the weekend and speak to Reo Māori for the week or whatever. But also this idea that, could you be providing opportunities for people to kind of peek in and see the imminent possibilities of learning that happen perhaps inside and beyond the walls of the library. And I think perhaps the current structure doesn't entirely allow for some of that stuff.
Kia ora.
Sorry,
Kay. Yeah, sure.
Just to tautoko what Matt was saying, I think the reason we talked about, this idea, if it was acceptable to mana whenua of giving the land back, was because often where we come from as a group of Māori design professionals is we often come into these sorts of projects down the line when the scope is sort of set and there's sort of already engagements sort of started, and often there's a lot of kind of kōrero around, oh, what about this? What about, oh, if only we could sort of go back to the start and have, so we really saw this opportunity as, saw this current situation, even though it is sad that the building is in this state, but actually it is this beautiful opportunity to actually have a clean slate and ask, what is this place and how can it represent and be, potentially given back to mana whenua. And so, just to reiterate that point that Matt said.
Kia ora. Councillor Paul.
Kia ora koutou, he mihi mai oha kia koutou. Nau mai ki tō tātou nei kaunihira. I just wanted to ask, because I really love everything you said and totally agree, but I think the thing that's a bit difficult for me is demolishing the building and the impacts that has on Papatūānuku, with obviously pouring more concrete, I suppose, and the impact that has on our climate, and I guess just getting rid of all the materials in the existing buildings. So how do we reconcile that? How do we actively protect Papatūānuku in the build of a new building? What might that look like? And I guess, would that be on the current site given its vulnerability to sea level rise and I guess its seismic vulnerability as well?
I think to tie back to one of the key reasons that we want the land to be returned is the values within Te Ao Māori inherently value Papatūānuku. So regardless of whatever decisions are made with the building, our view is if Māori are generally sharing power with this group and are able to influence that decision making, whatever that works out for will be in align with those values. And so I'm not necessarily saying that there's a certain solution to it, but I do think meaningful co-design, co-governance with Māori there is going to lead to better outcomes, whatever the specifics of those decisions are.
And I think just to add to that as well, for me, thinking about that space, it's been incredible to see how these other library spaces have popped up and these other civic spaces, and how adapting we can be when we need to be. And I guess if there was no building for a very long time, the whenua is a library in itself, so that can educate our tamariki or whoever about what we need to do in order to put Papatūānuku first. So, to add that as well.
Kia ora. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou, he pātai taku. I guess I thank you so much, and I'm a fan of yours, Rebecca, and the contributions you've made to sort of the discussions about city forming that are happening at the moment and whose heritage, etc. I guess are you thinking about the whole of Civic Square or just the library building? And also, have you kind of thought about, I know this is kind of a, as if mana whenua is open to it, but would you be thinking about some sort of partnership kind of in terms of with the Wellington City Libraries, with mana whenua to deliver services in the...
Yeah, yeah. Is the quick answer. It's a bit hard to kind of articulate potential possibilities without knowing whether it's even possible. But yeah, wouldn't that be great to have a partnership between mana whenua and library services, mana whenua and council, to build, to recreate, to help people learn about the impact of climate change and sea level rise and the way that we respond to this situation, help people learn about whose histories are being erased from our landscapes. So yes.
And again, to kind of think in recent times, the work that iwi were doing to protect their borders in terms of the vulnerable kaumātua and the knowledge that they hold, and that being a form of protecting archives as well, as how would a library or library system or service enable access to those archives that are held in the kind of minds of our kaumātua?
Kia ora. I have a very quick pātai. So when you were talking about the privilege given to colonial heritage and rejecting the keeping the library as it is for heritage reasons, will you be making your whakaaro known to Heritage New Zealand? Because obviously they've come and just talked to us about how they're working through that process, and just wondering if that's something that you can engage with as a rōpū as well.
Yeah, we'd be happy to. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it will be helpful to bring another perspective. Yeah. But ngā mihi kia koutou, e te whakaaro. Thank you so much for coming in to kōrero with us this afternoon. We really appreciate you taking the time. We know that you're busy people. So thank you. Kia ora.
Ora koutou.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move on to, we've got Jill Forward, who is going to join us by Zoom. Kia ora, Jill. Thank you for joining us today. So you've got 5 minutes, and if you want to allow a little bit of time for some questions, for some pātai, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Just a few quick points. First of all, I agree with the whole issue around concrete and climate change, so I'll be getting to that in a minute. The feedback online did not give options in relation to a different size library, or the fact that a third of the building is actually not library, it's office space and basement. Next slide, please. Could you do the next slide, please? Whoever's, thank you.
There's just a wee bit of a delay. So
my first question is, why do we need such a large building? The residents want a library, and they probably didn't realise that a lot of that cost is actually for office space, basement, etc. Council is facing, as I'm sure you're all aware, a huge fiscal deficit. And we need to really consider things like, do we need such a large building? Do we need the council to be owning office space when what we've seen with COVID is less and less people actually going into the CBD to work 5 days a week? So one of the things that might well happen is we have a surplus of office space, while at the same time we have lack of housing. Looking at the space, even at 11,500 square metres, that is still bigger than the Christchurch Library Turanga. And next slide, please. The Christchurch is actually a larger population than Wellington, 30% larger. So again, my question is, why do we need a bigger library than Christchurch? Next slide, please. That is also representing a considerable additional cost. One of the feedback I had from your nice people was the cost included a basement and getting rid of materials. Well, I have had some research and I've given you website things that you guys, if you haven't already, can have a look at. The basement in Turanga, it was proposed a basement for earthquake strengthening. The engineers came up with a different solution. That library has been awarded major international structural engineering awards, and I'm sure that the Christchurch Library has to conform to equally strict earthquake strengthening as this library is going to have to. So as far as I could see in the past, a lot of the basement was taken out with car parking. And as a lot of you know, I'm not overly enthusiastic about lots and lots of car parking. Another issue is concrete. So if we go and rebuild what we've got, that's lots and lots of concrete. Wood is a much, much more sustainable material. Cutting down some trees sequesters the carbon in those trees. And even Phil Twyford, I believe, recently said we should be thinking about carbon emissions and climate change when we build new buildings. We've got a beautiful historic wooden building. I think it houses now the law department of the university, which seems to have done extremely well in several earthquakes. So maybe we could go back to wood. Norway has recently built an 11-storey building all in wood. Like us, they have quite a lot of wood. So that's just a suggestion. I'm not overly enthusiastic about the inside of our current library. I've been to the Christchurch one and it's absolutely amazing. It's smaller, it's beautiful, it fulfills what a library today and in the future needs to be. And that is another reason why I question why we have to just rebuild what we've already got. I'd love to keep the trees around the outside of it. But as for the rest of it, compared to Christchurch one, we could definitely do a lot better. So my rationale is I think you need to rethink how big we need this building, what it needs to be built in, and yeah, just rethink the whole thing instead of just, oh, we've got this building that's this size and therefore we have to rebuild it. Finished.
Oh, kia ora. We've got a few seconds left. Is there Pātai? Councillor Condi. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill. Just wondering then, is your preference to demolish the current building and to build new in these kind of more modern, sustainable techniques?
Yep, because if we just rebuild, we're back to square one again with an enormous building that's going to cost us a fortune to rebuild.
Tēnā koe e Jill, i te wero, kia tātou. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate that. Thank you. What have we got? Is Ralph here? So now I'd like to welcome Alan Fraser, if you'd like to come up, no mai. So Alan, you've got 5 minutes, and if you do want to leave any time for questions, you'd be welcome to do that.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present in person. As I said in my submission, my preference, very much like that of the previous speaker, is for a new build on the same site. And while I didn't include the word sustainable in my submission, I certainly endorse what the previous speaker had to say. The siting of the former library, I'll call it that, and the nature of the facilities provided was, in my view, the very core of our city cultural and community space. It's well located, although perhaps contrary to the previous speaker, I felt it could have done with a bit more parking. Nevertheless, I live in Karakia and I have a good bus service and I do use the bus. But anyway, while my library visits are much more to my local library in Karakia, the Central Library was great for following up on some of my special interests, and be it referring to books or magazines, but also as well as catching up with business associates and also with friends, and often that was over a cup of coffee. Hence my submission saying I think it's really important to include a cafe again in the new facility. In my view, a new build will allow for learnings in how libraries can meet current needs and draw from experience in Christchurch, Johnsonville and elsewhere. Flexibility in the use of space over time would seem to me to be very much a requirement for this type of facility looking forward to the future, and it almost certainly can be better achieved with a new build. I like the presence of a cafe, playroom, and CAB, the latter being a community organisation which is used by a lot of people. I support the CAB in Karori and work with them a bit, and I think they play a great role. It happens to be in our community centre, but I think that central library is a great space for some of the people wanting to call on those services. I also think that our library could be a space for refugees to meet and perhaps receive help and support in settling into our new community. I just do find libraries as being very welcoming spaces, and I imagine that would be the case for our refugees, that we can allow them to fit just that little bit much better into our community. I also like to think that the library might better link with that open space that we have in our cultural centre. I suppose I think a wee bit of the Victoria and Albert Museum, which some of you might have visited in the UK, and that sort of central area, it's got a sense of warmth about it, which I don't feel our current space has, and maybe it's hard to make such a change, but I'd like to see that. And in terms of my interest in a cafe, I sort of like to think there can be some outdoor eating spaces, and that V&A Museum happens to deliver on that. I have heard an objection to a new build is that it would take longer than renovating the existing building. No expert on that, but 10 years ago my own home was totally gutted, renovated, remodelled. It was only going to take 6 months. It took 12 months. I suggest, really important, that you get this consultation process dusted. Council does make a quick decision, and let's get on with it. Thank you.
Kia ora. It was very clear. Councillors, are there any pātai, any questions? Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora. Kia ora, hi. Thank you very much for your really well thought out submission. You spoke a bit about some of the services like the CAB and other learning spaces that the old library provided for. Can you spot any other services that we could perhaps be providing in a newer building, or with refit for purpose, more spaces for accessibility? You mentioned refugees.
I have visited the new temporary library in Brandon Street. The children's section, not large, but I thought it was good. Yeah, young people, I think, terribly important that we cater for them. And I haven't visited the new Johnsonville Library, but I think really important that we do cater for them. I was present when your previous speakers representing the Maori Design Group were present. Really important that we encourage those linkages within our community, and if we can do something that brings Maori and young children in particular to use those facilities, yes, I'd be very supportive of that.
That's excellent. Thank you so much.
Well, tēnā koe, Alan. Thank you so much for coming into kōrero with us. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for the opportunity.
So, councillors, we now have another break, and so we're going to come back at 3 o'clock. Just to explain too that the last couple of submitters, there's a little bit of buffer gap between them because we've tried to make sure that we're accessible for our rangatahi so that they can get here to talk to us outside of school hours. I'm not sure if that means that we'll actually be able to be school students, but it is something we need to consider doing, I think, to make sure that we are being accessible to all the groups that need to come and kōrero with us. So yeah, we'll finish now and come back at 3. Kia ora. So we have, first up here, we've got Reverend Stephen King from Inner City Wellington, if you'd like to come up and join us at the table. Kia ora. You have 10 minutes, and if you do want to allow some time for questions, it's possible that there may be some questions from councillors.
Right. I assume that the light being green means it's green for go.
Green for go, good, thank you.
Kia ora koutou, everybody. My name is Stephen King. I am one of the vicars at St Peter's on Willis Street, and I am here today to speak to the submission from Inner City Wellington, and that's an organisation that I am the chair of currently. There's two things I do outside the parish, so I've met you, many of you, in either as part of my role at St Peter's, as part of my role as the chair of Inner City Wellington, and as part of my role in the living wage movement. So, look, you received an extensive submission from Inner City Wellington, a 9-page submission, which I'm sure you've all had amongst the piles of paper that you have. I'm not going to take my full 10 minutes, but I will. I just want to go through and just highlight a few things, but also being here in person rather than on Zoom is a lot better, can I say, than it just helps. Yep. Right, our preference for Inner City Wellington is for the high-level remediation option C. You'll see that in our introduction we do not accept the cost estimates that have been provided, and we know that already in a public meeting someone has suggested that those remediation costs for option C could come down at least 25%, and we believe that with the engineering advice we've taken, that the remediation costs could come down further. Inner City Wellington contends that the consultation process thus far on this has been flawed, and the fundamental flaw in it has been the way in which the options have been presented. And it is really to do with what has been included and what has been omitted in the options. And so it's very difficult for anybody, unless they dug fairly deeply into it, to, in the early stages, to compare apples with apples. So, for instance, we note that the written consultation document does not include the information that the new build options do not include base isolation. And I don't think that's an unreasonable assumption for Wellingtonians to make, that any major civic project that we're putting our taxpayers' money into would be base isolated. Now, we also know that that omission was registered on the website after we raised the issue. But I think many people that would have presented to you today will have presented based on the face value of the published documents. So we have a major issue with how things have been presented, which we cover in more detail in our submission. I won't go and relitigate all of that. But I think that what I would like to bring to your attention as we're sitting here together is that while many people will be presenting as about the library as a civic amenity, for Inner City Wellington and for our constituents, it is our public library. It is our local library. And one of the challenges that we have as an Inner City Residents Association is that Te Aro and the CBD are already the largest suburb by numbers. And yet often, when something like this occurs, the civic general discussion overtakes the needs of what is the largest group, and given the national policy statement and your own council officers' projections, it's only going to be larger. So my main focus for today is to impress upon you the need for amenities for the local residents. And you'll see that at the end of our first section, the inner city suburb section, we say that we will submit and continue to submit to these types of hearings that we require more explicit recognition on the inner city, on what the inner city community, this growing community, needs in terms of public amenity. We recognise that some of the slack of not having our central library has been met by decentralising, and the pop-up libraries are a useful temporary measure, but they don't provide that necessarily provide the needs of a local community. So one of the things that we miss immensely in our library is that social amenity space. And so if you pick up your kids from Te Aro School or Mount Cook School at 3 o'clock and it's not a very nice day and you've got a toddler, there aren't, you used to be able to go down to the library. Well, that's not really an option anymore with our pop-ups. And so, yes, there are, maybe you can go for a walk down to the waterfront, or maybe you can go to Te Aro Park, but in a indoor space is not available to our residents, and certainly that is the major loss to us. We're having the library closed. I just want to jump into the risk section. Again, we do not, thinking about resilience, we cannot understand how we can float options that are not base isolated. For if you're going to rebuild this building, how can you do that? The reason why we know the reasons why the library is closed, and we know as inner city residents the issues around seismic strengthening. But if we're looking at a new building and we're talking about resilience going forward, we need to be comfortable that our rates money will be going to something that meets the standard that would be reasonable to expect. We have particular concerns that I want to raise about the future or possibilities in Te Ngākau in the Civic Square. In the inner city, there is a need for 10 additional Te Aro parks. The space, the equivalent of, if we were to meet the WHO guidelines for green space, and that's with the projected doubling of the inner city population. So one of the few spaces that we have now is the Civic Square area, including the Jack Islet Green. And we contend that given the rising numbers of inner city residents, that needs to be protected. We recognise that there is aspiration, and we're working through the spatial plan, and we see those aspirations for inner city development, and we accept those. For us in the inner city, it's not necessary. It's not really a NIMBY issue because it's happening anyway. And so, if you walk down the street, if you walk down Willis Street from St Peter's to Dixon Street, almost every one of those high-rise buildings is already earmarked for conversion to apartments. And if you walk up the other way, as far as Vivian Street, the same. And so doing some of the work that we've looked at, we recognise that if you go up, take that block that goes Vivian Street, Victoria Street, Dixon Street, Willis Street, if all those buildings come in that are there to be already consented, some of them, if those buildings all come in, those conversions occur, there will be two boroughs in London. One of them's Islington, I can't remember what the other one is, but only two boroughs that will have a higher population density than that block. So, yes, more people are moving into the inner city, we accept that. Therefore, it makes us even more protective over what limited green space we have available to us. Insofar as the heritage value of the existing building, you'll see that while we've been approached to support the heritage designation, we are not wedded to the retention of that building exactly as it is, as we recognise remediation will bring change. Though there are some iconic aspects of that building that we would be interested in retention. I want to draw to your attention on page 4 of our submission. We were asked to rank the factors, and you see our ranking there. And again, at number 4, we highlight community amenity and social resilience. And we, because of that, we're looking at the calculation as to whether or not this building, what happens here is that we look for value as well as just cost. Because for us, there's a tremendous value in having a building that is provide some of the social interaction space that our neighbourhoods need. In conclusion, I'd just like to, I was in a meeting just before I came to this one with my counterparts in the Anglican Church in Johnsonville. And they were saying what a fantastic addition to their community that is, and it has made a huge difference to Johnsonville. The community that I'm representing today, we are experiencing the exact inverse of that because we have lost that. And that is, and I would argue that for those councillors in wards where the issues of infill housing and intensification are major issues, that if you're willing to support the national policy statement and support the idea of intensification of residential houses in the CBD and in Te Aro, that I think there's a moral justification for you also to support it if it's not going to be in your neighbourhood and it's going to be in ours, to support the establishment of an appropriate degree of amenity for those communities. Because the question is not whether or not we can build 8,500 dwellings. Of course we can build 8,500 dwellings, but what do we end up with in 20 years? Who's going to want to live there? What's it going to be like? Who's there? And I think that is the challenge that faces the council in this cycle of long-term planning, not how and what, but not how and where, but as much what we end up with as the result of your planning. And again, it directly impacts the community that I represent. And so I draw your attention to our final statement. We hope that our library will be considered as a significant critical infrastructure requirement for Wellington's most populous suburb as well as the city as a whole. The manner in which this is presented in the long-term plan must ensure that it is given fair weighting alongside other investments. It must not become a vanity project that can be rejected in the face of bursting sewer pipes. So thank you, councillors, for giving me the opportunity. And again, my apologies for missing my slot this morning. Right. I hope you got an extra break out of that.
Kia ora. Thank you, Stephen. Thanks for coming to kōrero with us. We really appreciate it. Kia ora. Now, I understand we have Ross here. Are you? You're here instead of Eddie, is it? Kia ora. Do you want to come forward? So Ross is here for Te Ahi o Ngā Rangatahi in BGI as well. Time for our rangatahi to be here.
Yes, I'm not kia ora koutou. I'm not sure if that revised submission of Eddie's came through. It did? Yep. Okay. Yeah, so it was really just acknowledging ourselves at BGI, people have different commitments, family and this and that. So, making a place for young people to speak is always a challenge. And so we were really just putting that challenge both to ourselves and to the council to enable them to be speaking here today instead of me. On the positive side, Eddie is not here because he's in meeting talking about the youth and children's strategy with the council, so it's great to be partnering with the council on that sort of thing, so we really appreciate the partnership. So yeah, I think just the point about young people being here, it's not only their voice, but it's also a development opportunity for them to be here. And I know some of the people that came with us the other day, even some of the adults, it was their first time here and they found it pretty cool. So, believe it or not, no, they did. A cool experience. Yeah, just sort of jumping to the to the nub of the submission. Te Ahi o Ngā Rangatahi recommends the inclusion of a youth-specific space within the Central Library. Why? Our survey of over 1,240 young people in Wellington showed that young people believe that having spaces to hang out would improve their well-being. If they're warm and safe, not hanging out on the streets, keeping out of trouble, opportunity for connection, opportunities for courses and events, and opportunities, I think, at the library particularly to be part of an all-age community, but with their own space and own voice. And young people's voices being included in the design process, I know that's, again, often a challenge. But why? Again, the survey findings suggest that young people want to have a say on issues that affect them. If you want young people to use it, then this will encourage them to do so. And I know with our own space, having young people's opinions in it has meant that it's been quite a draw card for other young people, and being part of the design process. And in terms of being part of something when they go past when they're older, say I had a bit of a say in that. They're likely to respect it, and other young people will respect the space more. And young people are best placed to consider the needs of other young people and how the library can best support those needs. And I think it's well known that libraries are attractive spaces for young people. I think Te Ahi o Ngā Rangatahi has quite a whakapapa of using youth voices and gathering authentic youth perspectives on issues that affect them. And that goes back over the last 20 years and has led to the establishment of some really cool things that are working for young people, like the establishment of Evolve, which the Wellington Youth Project, which was the predecessor of Te Ahi o Ngā Rangatahi, helped establish with a similar sort of survey. So I suppose what we're looking to is looking back in a few years' time and having a thriving space that's in thriving youth space within the library that's I suppose oversubscribed in the way that something like Evolve is. So and the young people's voices there, it's probably not time in my submission to read those all out, but so bring back the library. It was such a great place to talk to friends and study, maybe even just create a youth study area sort of space. Having a youth centre with both the central library and Reading Courtney out of action, there's currently nowhere for young people to relax outside of their own home in winter that doesn't incur other costs. We need a place to meet friends and hang out in winter that doesn't require us spending money. I'd just be happy to take any questions. There's a lot of other comments there. Actually, I've got 4 more minutes, but
I've got a quick question which you could probably weave into this.
Yes.
How many young people were involved with Te Ahi, and what are their backgrounds and connections into the community? How did they come to be part of Te Ahi?
Yeah, we went out to all sorts of places, Cuba Street, the ASB Sports Centre, through Māori groups that were already meeting at BGI, through schools and activity centres. So there is a very diverse group of young people involved, and young people have filled out the survey. So it's about 20 in the core group, and 1,240. A number of those who have said they want to get involved in projects like this as they come up for their own well-being and for the benefit of the community. So kia ora. Yeah.
Are there any other pātai? Otherwise, you might be able to share a few other quotes. Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, and thank you for talking about the reports as well. One of the things that's been raised with me is in some places of education and community, debatable of Parliament is that, but they have specific, like they have a rainbow room and a room where it's like specific Māori room, Pacifica room. Do you think our Wellington libraries have an opportunity to reflect more spaces, not just for youth, but for other people as well? Or how would you kind of see that facilitation of seeing your place in a library?
As a white male, just turned 60. I suppose I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of maybe others in that regard. Yeah, from the young people's point of view, I think the library it is quite a diverse group. I think it's both and really. In our group, there are people with a whole range, very diverse group. Probably all those groups that you mentioned and more. And I think they like being part of a sort of a mainstream group. It's not just for them. But I think equally having a space where people want to talk about, their gender or whatever is important too. And yeah, so I'm not, yeah.
I think you answered that as well as you could, considering you acknowledged that that's not the voice of rangatahi. Are there any other pātai? No. Ngā mihi, Ross, e te wero. Thank you for putting that challenge to us about making sure that we are accessible for rangatahi, because I think it is actually really important that we are doing better on that front. It's important to hear their voices. So thank you for coming and representing that to us, but also for sharing the mahi that you and Eddie have been doing. I know Eddie's been working hard on that, and it's exciting to hear that he's having some other connections today, which will hopefully help this go further as well. But yeah, ngā mihi.
Kia ora.
Thanks. Kia ora. So we've just got Youth Council coming at 3:40, and we are going to wait till they get here because obviously this is part of being accessible. I think we do need to reflect on this and make sure that we are thinking about how we can do this in the future. I do wonder if there's maybe on one day an option of starting at midday and going through till 7 or something, so that we are actually allowing for people to come at a time, because even people from work too, it might get a little bit more diversity. So the forums were good too. But I think it is really important to think about that, because on something like this where it is a pretty big deal, we want to know that we've heard from a diverse range. So we're just hanging around the table here for the next 5 minutes, but if you can make sure you're definitely back here at 3:40, because following that, we do need to have our vote to adjourn so that we can meet again tomorrow. So I need to make sure we've got our quorum at that time. again. I can see we've got an awesome contingent from Youth Council, some who have managed to squeak in and get here by train, so that's awesome. So if you guys want to come up to the table, no mai, welcome. It's great to have you here. So you guys know the drill pretty well, 10 minutes. And maybe if you can leave a few minutes at the end for questions, I imagine there could be some questions. You got a chair, everybody? Look at that.
Exactly what BGI just said about it being really hard to access Youth Council for these public participation slots, especially young people in general and working people. It can be pretty hard for them to get here for these slots. So as seen by BGI, not many people can make it. So it'd be really good to have more diverse submissions and an easier time to submit. So yeah, hand it over to Laura.
Cool. Just want to thank Council for allowing us to submit on this. This is a submission that we, as you can tell by the number of us who have been able to attend, are very passionate about. We see this submission as a real opportunity for Council to make a statement about how they value young people in this city. This new library proposal allows us to create a youth-specific space in the central city, something that we currently don't have, considering that many of the other areas that young people hang out in have been closed due to earthquake damage. We strongly support option D, as we see it as the option which is most viable to be able to create this youth-specific space rather than retrofitting an existing building. Ella's going to add a little bit more about how this can add to the civic engagement in the city.
Yeah, so we believe in option D just because we think it's an opportunity to make an architecturally significant building that can really reflect our city and the diverse communities within it. So having proper consultation with the community about what they'd like to see, how the building is designed and what spaces it caters for. Also allows for really flexible building over time as well. So this building will hopefully be here for a very, very long time. So providing a flexible and diverse space for everyone is a great opportunity to have, and I think we should seize it. And that's part of the civic aspect. Now we'll head over to Tony and Rehan to talk about the future.
Wait, sorry, okay, okay. So yeah, what we kind of advocate for is the central library, or whatever the new central library looks like, making sure that it integrates youth spaces, right? So we don't want it to just be a building that young people are allowed to enter. We want it to be a building that in many ways is, at least for a part of it, is built around young people, that is able to service the unique needs of young people, which is something that hasn't really been existent in even like the old library as it is. So regardless of which option the council ends up going for, we think it's really important that youth, I guess what what youth needs are put at the forefront. And we do think that option D is ideal for this, because when you build an entirely new building, you aren't bound by the expectations of what the old building were. It's easier to create new spaces when you're building something completely from scratch. So that's one of the reasons we strongly advocate for option D. But regardless of what the council does, like we need to have spaces which have services for young people. So something we talked about was making sure there are youth workers or people who are just able to provide support for young people when they come in. So if they're dealing with stress or something, it's not like as intense as going to counselling or anything, but there's just people that you can actually talk to in that space, as well as having people who can help with study, just all of those sort of services that would be really helpful to young people, which didn't really exist in the old library, because we do think that this is a great opportunity to rethink what the library is and how it can service young people.
Awesome. So one of the things that Tony mentioned was the integration of a youth space into the new library. So with option D, we would like to see a dedicated youth floor or area where young people can actually go when they need to study or when they simply want to just hang out and engage with other fellow young people. We think that this looks like having an open space in the library, preferably probably the bottom floor, so that it's really accessible for young people instead of having to climb up, several flights of stairs. I mean, I personally wouldn't want to go to the top, but yeah, we think that it'll be a good idea to have also some quiet zones where people can just do some solo study, especially for NCA. It's quite stressful, so having additional resources for NCA students, and yeah, we genuinely think that it's going to be a very big part of shaping how young people live in Wellington. So yeah.
So just to kind of wrap up, as you can see, our real push here is for a youth-specific space. We acknowledge that the option D does have some limitations, such as we note that it's got a later opening time and there are other concerns in terms of possible legal debates in there. However, we see these as being worthwhile in being able to achieve the desired space that we need. The old library, as we've mentioned, didn't have a youth-specific space, and any chance that we have in order to be able to make something that's going to be able to achieve our goals in the best possible manner, we do need to have a new build so that we're able to completely fit it out in the way that young people request. Also just wanted to note, we realised in the agenda that our standard submission was submitted through an online form, which meant that it didn't really work. So we're more than happy to circulate our proper submission so it's readable rather than 9 pages in 1 paragraph. Open to any questions.
Oh, kia ora, thank you. And we have our first pātai from Councillor Pennant.
Thank you very much for coming in, and we'll take that point about starting times, but we can never find a time. You know, evenings are difficult, weekends are difficult. Look, I take your point about the new design, but if we do keep it, as I understand it, Athfield basically designed it as a shell, so it will need to be redecorated anyway. So could you see that there is a possibility, there's 4 floors, you know, like that, like it's a shell, and then we would design for a whole lot of different needs. Could you see that that would be possible if that's the call?
Obviously, while refurbishment and a full-scale redesign, as is indicated in option C, would provide a significant increase in amenity, we believe that there are significant concerns around the structure of the build, not in terms of earthquake safety, that's a whole different kind of structure. In terms of the layout of the building and the things you can't change, especially as regards accessibility. And we believe that for any number of reasons it's best to kind of start again on an actually accessible framework. And we believe that the benefits outweigh the costs. No, go for it.
Kia ora, he pātai, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thanks so much for coming in. I guess I just wanted to ask about, you've raised issues around a lack of space for young people, and I'm quite interested in that and the problems that young people are facing by not having the central library at the moment. So can you just expand on what those problems are? And also, if we did go with option D, it would be at least 5 years until we'd have it would be open. So what do you think we should do in the meantime?
Sure. Well, I guess in terms of the issues that young people have is that there just isn't really a public free space for them to hang out that's indoors. There's nowhere really comparable. I guess for me, my friends hang out at a Macca's now, which is I guess quite a different energy than hanging out. And I mean, I don't really want to hang out in the park in this weather. So there just isn't an indoor space that's really comparable. And of course, it's going to take 5 years if we go with option D. But from my understanding, even if we go with option C, it'll take a very similar amount of time. So a few months difference isn't really going to shift anything in that sense. But what is important is that in the interim, there are spaces, and I do think there's been some progress with that with the, I guess, pop-up libraries that have been popping up around town. So that is, I guess, better than nothing. But yeah.
Yeah, I think something also BGI brought up was the potential of having an interim space in the meantime, just free space for young people to hang out. But apart from that, it's, especially around NCA time, lots of the central city schools go to study there. So it is one of those spaces. Do you guys want to?
The thing I also think we need to consider as regards opening time, we're going to be without a library for a while. So basically, I think the consensus we came to is we're better off waiting a little bit longer and getting it really absolutely right than opening sooner and getting something that just isn't good enough for the entire city.
He pātai, Councillor Sparrow.
Yes, thank you all for coming in and sharing your thoughts. Now, a couple of you mentioned, you talked about a dedicated youth space or a youth-specific area. Now, I'm interested in how you would see this working. Would you see this being exclusively for those under a certain age, or would it be designed in such a way that those over a certain age would feel totally uncomfortable going there?
That's definitely not the intention. I think the idea is more so looking at things that young people prioritise, such as we find that a lot of young people, when it comes to library usage, whilst we do definitely value the sort of books and other resources, an important use of libraries for a lot of young people is having a study space. So that's a little bit of a difference there when we're speaking about that. So things like having different types of working areas in terms of desks, having an oversupply of PowerPoints is a major issue that the old library was lacking in. But also just having more comfortable areas for young people to hang out. We know that since Reading Cinemas closed down, there's no covered, warm, safe space where young people can just hang out after school. So things like having couches and bean bags in a specific area is going to be quite good in achieving that. So definitely not as an exclusive space, just prioritising different things.
We talked about study support, we talked about having like people who can provide, like having youth workers who could provide support as well. So it's really about having services which are geared towards young people. I don't think we're going to have people outside the youth section like checking IDs to make sure no one over the age of 25 goes in. So I don't imagine that's not something that we advocate here.
Kia ora, he pātai Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Just wondering whether any of you have been to Waitohi, Johnsonville. Excellent. You would have been, yeah. Yeah, so I just wanted to get a sense of, not quite on the scale that the Central Library, but maybe you could just talk about what the things you like or don't like about that.
I think if you take Waitohi as an example, Waitohi is an example of a building that required significant investment, but came out as a really positive, really open, really welcoming space, and a space of architectural significance for the northern suburbs. But also, what you see with Waitohi is essentially the principle that what's good for young people is good for everyone. You can do spaces that attract young people and that support young people, but that don't alienate everyone else. And I think that's what Waitohi gets really well. It supports young people without making us feel like we're kind of some sort of belittled group, or not quite what I was going for, but you get the gist.
I think also looking at Tūranga in Christchurch, taking the AV spaces, which also Waitohi has, and all of those sorts of resources that are really important for people to be able to develop and isn't accessible to a lot of people. So recording equipment, 3D printers. This is, the potential to invest in the future of the city, and if people are able to access this who usually can't afford it at home, I think that's really special and definitely something that should be aimed for.
Kia ora, he pātai mutunga, Councillor Condi.
Kia ora. I was just thinking about interim youth spaces, and one of the things that we talked about when we put together the City Recovery Fund to respond to COVID is thinking about how we're going to, if we start to see a lot of retail vacancies around the city, how we activate those spaces. And I guess I was just thinking if you guys had any thoughts about how we might make some of those spaces into youth spaces.
Yeah, I think even just taking the basics of what we used to have at Reading Cinemas, which was just as simple as tables and bean bags, just having a space that has Wi-Fi available, whether that's the standard Welly Wi-Fi or whatever alternative. Even just those basics is something that we're really lacking. Of course, we'd love to see an interim space that goes far beyond that in terms of having support workers or study resources and beyond. However, even just the basics is something that we're really lacking at the moment.
I think you can read quite a lot into the fact that what we're asking for in the interim is somewhere warm to sit down.
And just to finally add, I think councils recognise that Wellington City has been hit by the economic effects of COVID-19 and there's fewer people in the central city. If you want to create another beating heart, you get the young people who make a hell of a lot of noise to come around. And doing that in the central city is going to be powerful to bring people and money back into Wellington.
Ngā mihi a mai o hā ki a koutou i tō kōrero, i te wero. So thank you very much for sharing with us today your unique perspectives and also your challenge to us about being accessible. We really appreciate you raising this with us, and we're excited to continue to work with you on where this can go from here. So thank you very much. Kia ora.
And we'll try send round the proper submission.
That would be great. Thank you. All right, so councillors, we just have to do the official bits to conclude the meeting. Councillor Condi, we might just finish that afterwards. Kia ora. Okay, so we've just got the adjournment of this meeting to do now. So I move that the Strategy and Policy Committee adjourn the meeting and reconvene at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning on Wednesday the 23rd of September 2020 at the same venue. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Matthews. And we can now, I'm sure there's no debate on that. Yeah, go Timothy. Okay, we will now vote. Karakia, Rutunga. Nearly there. Okay, so that is carried unanimously. All right, kua mutu I tēnei hui, e tū I te karakia mutunga. All right, me karakia tātou. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uruta. Kia wātia, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua. I te ara takatū. Koea rongo, whakaaeria ake ki runga. Kia wātia, ua wātia. Kia pai tō ahi ahi. Kia ora.